Chapter 448. The spirits of the two old devils were commendable as they chased after him relentlessly. They didn't think about letting Lin Fan leave. Evil spirit Old Ancestor wanted to get the blood lotus no matter what. Old Ancestor Moi was beaten up and couldn't accept such an outcome. He felt that he was careless and fell for the kid's tricks. Anyway, he wasn't happy and swore to fight to the death with Lin Fan. "Kid, return the thing to me." "Damn, I was just careless." "If you have balls, then stop and fight for 300 rounds. I will definitely refine you into a corpse demon." The two of them were really arrogant, but Lin Fan didn't care about them at all. But it was still okay. Old Ancestor Moi provided him with some rage points. As expected from a big shot. The moment he started, it reached 999 rage points. 3 streaks of light slashed across the sky. It added a mysterious color to it. At that moment, the dimension opened and a few more old demons arrived. They were all peak experts from the top evil sections. They weren't in the sect and were cultivating outside. When they sensed the commotion here, they were all drawn over. When they arrived, they saw Moi, an evil spirit, chasing a young man. They were really curious. "Brother Moi, what are you doing?" an old demon asked. Old Ancestor Moi saw that more people came, so how could he tell them the truth? "Nothing much." Another old demon asked, "Brother Evil Spirit, who are you chasing?" Evil Spirit Old Ancestor said, "We aren't chasing anyone. It is just a small matter." The moment he said this, the two of them disappeared. All the old demons looked at one another. Do you believe what the two of them said? Who do you believe? How can two old ancestors chasing someone be a small matter? I think that there is definitely something huge. Did they find out that the young man has a treasure and want to split it? That is possible. Let's go and chase. How can we let them keep it to themselves? All the old demons felt like that was the case, otherwise, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Did they really think that they were fools? Then, something unprecedented happened in the evil alliance. A bunch of old demons tore through the sky and chased a young man. Old Ancestor Moi and Evil Spirit Old Ancestor looked like they had seen a ghost. Damn! Are you guys sick in the head? This has nothing to do with you. Why do you have to join in the fun? The one who was the most afraid was Evil Spirit Old Ancestor. His blood lotus was on Lin Fan's body and he suffered heavy losses. If the kid was really suppressed, then the chances of him getting the complete blood lotus back were just too low. Fuck, Lin Fan turned around to take a look and almost jumped in fright. What the hell? Where did these guys come from? Why are they all chasing after me? I don't think I've offended them before. Forget it. Since he was already here, he might as well follow him. Evil Spirit, your blood lotus is with me. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor hollered, that is mine and has nothing to do with you. Kiki, Brother Evil Spirit, your words are too much. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can suppress us? Right, I don't believe that you dare to keep it for yourself. Even 9 Evil Spirit Hall won't dare to protect you. When Lin Fan heard the voices behind him, he thought about it and felt like something wasn't right. Now that he heard it, he understood. So many people thought that he had a treasure on him, which was why they followed. He understood. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor, don't go overboard. The treasure is mine, so don't even think about taking it from me. Lin Fan hollered in rage. Everyone's eyes lit up. As expected, it was a treasure. As for what Evil Spirit Old Ancestor said, it wasn't important anymore. Anyway, they wouldn't believe him. Who didn't want to get the treasure? Evil Spirit Old Ancestor was in a frenzy, but Lin Fan's words woke him up. Not good, he had fallen for a trap. What did the kid say? He actually said that he wanted to take the treasure from him. Looking at those old demons chasing behind him, he felt like things weren't right. Guys, stop chasing. Don't fall for this kid's tricks. He is Lin Wani's son, someone wanted by the evil alliance. He stole the blood lotus from my hands and I am chasing him to get it back. Evil spirit old ancestor said. But wait. What were their gazes? Why did it feel like they were looking at an idiot? Shut up, evil spirit. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. If you didn't say anything, I would have felt that there was something wrong with this. But now, I understand that you just want to keep it for yourself. They were all old demons who had roamed the world for hundreds of years. Who didn't know that Lin Wani was the top expert in the world? Since this kid was Lin Wani's son, then they understood that he definitely had a treasure. Otherwise, they wouldn't believe that he could reach such a realm at such a young age. It had to be because of the treasure. Evil spirit was really despicable and shameless. Damn, evil spirit old ancestor nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Why didn't they believe his words? Chapter 449. Lin Fan could understand the sadness and unwillingness in evil spirit's heart. He was speaking the truth but no one believed him. He understood that sometimes people wouldn't believe him even if he spoke the truth. He pitied evil spirit old ancestor's situation but he had no choice. All of them were chasing him, so what else could he do but run? Nine Demon, don't panic. It is just a small matter. Lin Fan touched Nine Demon's head and calmed it down. Nine Demon was really terrified. After following him, it hadn't had a good day at all. Nine Demon screamed out and grabbed onto Lin Fan tightly, as though he was extremely excited. Evil Alliance really had many experts. Who knew that such a small matter would attract so many demons? Who knew how long they would be able to chase for? But no matter what. After going through this, it would be impossible for him to be low profile in the future. But he was prepared. This was because when he reached Dao Realm Stage 3, he could fight strong enemies. Even if the strongest 9-star generals of the Alliance came, he wouldn't fear them. He might not be able to beat them but they definitely wouldn't be able to beat him. Evil Alliance's territory was huge but it couldn't stop Dao Realm experts from flying at full speed. Unknowingly. As the leader, Lin Fan just led them out of Evil Alliance for no reason and came to Celestial Alliance's territory. They were too strong and everywhere they passed, demonic energy covered the sky. Numerous sensitive living beings all knelt on the ground and shivered when they sensed this aura. They felt like their bright hearts were covered in darkness and they found it hard to breathe. Celestial Alliance. Guixian Island sect leader Su Yuanming opened his eyes and walked out of the secret room. He raised his head and looked into the distance. That place is, his expression was solemn and he had a bad feeling. To an ordinary person, nothing had changed there. It was just a clear sky. But in Su Yuanming's eyes, the demonic energy in the distance was extremely thick. In fact, he could even see the face of a ferocious devil roaring within the demonic energy. Evil Alliance dares to come to Celestial Alliance, they deserve to die. Su Yuanming was furious. How could Evil Alliance people come to Celestial Alliance's territory to cause trouble? He stepped into the dimension and headed towards the demonic energy. There were many sects around but they weren't much. One look and one could tell that they were small sections. When they passed by, it was as if some kind of terrifying disaster was about to befall the people from the other sections. When that feeling disappeared, they realized that their backs were already wet, and their backs were cold. Their legs couldn't stand properly, and they directly collapsed to the ground. What kind of people are they? Why did he come to Celestial Alliance? The old demons exclaimed, "Not good, this kid is using us. That is the Celestial Alliance sect. Stop, otherwise, something is going to happen. We might start a war between Evil Alliance and Celestial Alliance. We can't stop. Have you ever seen a move that can be retracted? 100 Dao Sect. This sect was a top sect. When the sect was formed, they used 100 Dao realm experts, so they called themselves the 100 Dao Sect. But due to some special reasons, the scene of 100 Dao realm experts appearing in the world disappeared. But now wasn't the time to talk about all that. 100 Dao sect faced its biggest threat in history. The disciples in the sect raised their heads and looked into the distance. Shortly after, their expressions changed. The black mist in the distance was boiling and there was a blood light shining. A terrifying pressure came crashing down, and many disciples felt as if their bodies had been locked in place. The pressure made it hard for them to breathe. Just at that moment, several shocking auras exploded from within 100 Dao sect. Evil Alliance, you are too much. A person appeared and he was extremely furious. He didn't expect that Evil Alliance would actually dare to attack 100 Dao sect. He raised his hand and a barrier appeared to block their attacks. But when he raised his head, he was stunned. Damn! Hung Long. There was an intense explosion and the ground shook. The light from the explosion covered everything and it was so blinding that one couldn't even open their eyes. Something happened. The old demons all felt that things weren't right. There were people who weren't afraid of anything but they didn't know how to face such a situation. They looked at one another and didn't know how to solve it. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor said, "How many times have I told all of you but you just don't believe me? Now, something has finally happened. Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance will definitely fight and all of you are the ones who caused it." At that moment, no one said a word. That was because they knew that it was true and they were the ones who caused it. But at such a time, they definitely wouldn't admit it. Kiki, Evil Spirit Old Ancestor, what do you mean by that? What do you mean we caused it? You were the one who caused it. An old demon said. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor was shocked and then raged, "What do you mean? I told all of you that this is Celestial Alliance's territory and he definitely has a goal for coming here. But all of you didn't listen, so who can you blame?" That old demon was an expert at shifting the blame. He said coldly, "You still have the face to say that? If you hadn't chased him, we wouldn't have come to Celestial Alliance. The reason you chased him was because of the treasure. All of this is your fault and you have to take full responsibility. You are just being unreasonable." Evil Spirit Old Ancestor was furious. He didn't expect this to happen and he was just slandering him. Chapter 450. They remembered that Lin Fan had swooped down, but with the explosion, everything had disappeared. There was no movement at all. Now, they couldn't even see a single person. Damn! Where did the kid run to? Evil Spirit Old Ancestor knew that the situation was really complicated but he just wanted to get back the Blood Lotus. Everything else wasn't important at all. No, he had to head down to take a look. The kid was definitely hiding in 100 Dao sect. At that moment, Evil Spirit Old Ancestor headed down. He didn't care about the rage in the eyes of the Celestial Alliance members. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor, what are you doing? Su Yuanming hollered in rage. His voice was like thunder and he was extremely furious. Although Evil Alliance didn't come to Guisian Island to find trouble, no matter what, 100 Dao sect was a top sect in Celestial Alliance. They destroyed 100 Dao sect to such a state and not only didn't they give an explanation, but they were also so arrogant. Did they really not care about anyone? Evil Spirit Old Ancestor said, "Sect Leader Su, this is a misunderstanding. We were attracted by Lin Wani's son and fell for his trap. We didn't pay attention and attacked 100 Dao sect. I hope that Sect Leader Su can be reasonable and not fall for it." Shut up. 100 Dao sect leader scolded, "Your Evil Alliance people are just too much. My 100 Dao sect is a top sect and we are standing here. Don't you have eyes? Look at how many people died in my sect. Just because of your words, you can act like nothing happened. As for Lin Wani's son, where is he?" Evil Spirit Old Ancestor was questioned by the 100 Dao sect leader and was speechless. He actually didn't know how to reply. He is definitely below. 100 Dao sect leader looked down and didn't see anyone. His eyes turned red and he asked, "Where?" Evil spirit old ancestor was unhappy with the 100 Dao sect leader's tone and he felt like he was scolding him. "I said that he is below, so he must be hiding somewhere." He was furious but he knew that he was in the wrong and that the situation wasn't good. If a conflict really occurred, it would be unstoppable. The war between Evil Alliance and Celestial Alliance would drag many people in. "Then, where is he?" 100 Dao sect leader hollered in rage. His eyes were like that of a fierce beast as he stared right at Evil Spirit Old Ancestor. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. "What does this have to do with me? I was indeed chasing after them, but I didn't do anything. They were the ones who did it. What does this have to do with me?" A peerless old monster advised, "Don't be agitated, we can talk things out slowly. There's no need to cause a bigger misunderstanding because of a few misunderstandings." "Shut up." 100 Dao sect leader scolded in rage. These peerless old demons all had very strange temperaments. They were generally very violent. He had tried to persuade them earlier because he felt that he had let them down. But 100 Dao sect leader was so insatiable that they couldn't accept it. "Old man, I am polite to you because I pity your 100 Dao sect. But don't think that I am afraid of you. So what if I destroy your 100 Dao sect?" "Right, we are all top old ancestors. If Celestial Alliance is unhappy, then they can come and fight." Evil Spirit Old Ancestor was a logical person. He looked at the arrogant people around him and didn't know what to say. "Ah!" 100 Dao sect leader shouted out in rage and his aura boiled. "I am going to fight all of you to the death." When Su Yuanming saw this, he wanted to stop them but how could he? He had no choice and could only follow. Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance didn't have many conflicts. Even if there were, it was just a small one and it wasn't much. But the situation today wasn't good. If the peak experts from both sides fought, it would be a conflict between the two alliances. After Lin Fan landed on the ground, he was like a groundhog, digging a tunnel and rolling far away. Hung Long. At that moment, he felt the ground shake and a terrifying aura descended from above. Even if he was deep underground, he could sense how terrifying that aura was. Did they start fighting? If that was the case, then he was helpless. It had nothing to do with him. Lin Fan didn't fear these people. Even if a war broke out, he was confident in crushing these so-called experts. But there was no need. He wouldn't forget the current situation. If Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance had a conflict, that would be a good choice. Lin Fan dug the soil aimlessly. He didn't know where to go. Forget it, he would just dig. There was a huge commotion outside and the battle hadn't ended. When experts clashed, the aura was really strong. Who knew what would happen to the sect in the end? But they would definitely suffer heavy losses. When experts clashed, the ripples weren't something normal people could handle. Within a hall, a disciple carefully came to the crack in the door and looked outside. Just one look made him tremble in fear. The clear sky outside had long disappeared, and in its place was a storm that swept the heavens and earth. It was really terrifying. It felt like if one stood in the storm, one would be sliced into pieces. Damn, why is 100 Dao sect not safe now? This disciple was in charge of the pill room. He had been in 100 Dao sect for a long time. As it was a top sect, he was really proud and felt that no one dared to cause trouble here. But what happened today told him not to think too much. What had to happen would still happen. No matter where it was the same. Kachi. Suddenly, he sensed movement in the room. Who is it? He turned his head but he didn't see anyone. Damn, was it because the battle outside was too intense that he was hallucinating? It should be. Chapter 451. After a long while. Just like that, an earth-shattering battle ended. No one knew what caused the battle to end, but if there were so many Dao realm experts at the border, it would be impossible for the alliance to fight their way in. The blood-crying ape cried out. In the ruins, the 100 Dao sect leader looked at the ruins and his pupils constricted. He thought back to when 100 Dao sect was at its peak and he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. How did this happen? Evil alliance, I won't rest until one of us is dead. The 100 Dao sect leader hollered in rage and found it hard to accept everything that he was facing. The other elders all felt sad and unbearable. After a battle, the sect turned to ruins. Who could take it? Who could accept that? Su Yuanming consoled, Brother Qin, since things have already happened, there is no turning back. This is something that no one wants to face. Since Evil Alliance dared to do this, naturally, we can't take it lying down. Celestial Alliance will definitely make Evil Alliance pay the price. As the 100 Dao sect leader, Qin Teng had a deep relationship with the sect. 120 years ago, he became a disciple. His talent was decent but he couldn't compare to those geniuses. But with his unyielding will and some fortuitous encounters, he slowly grew. He paid a huge price and worked hard to become the sect leader. At the same time, he wanted to bring 100 Dao sect back to its heyday when they had 100 Dao realm experts. But now, everything was destroyed. In the distance, more and more Celestial Alliance Dao realm experts attacked. When they saw the situation at 100 Dao sect, they were all stunned. What had happened? How did this happen? Qin Teng said viciously, I want them to pay the price. Su Yuanming said, don't worry, Celestial Alliance won't sit still and do nothing. Those old demons are too arrogant and we will make them pay the price for what happened today. The most important thing is for Brother Qin to pull himself together, save the injured, and rebuild the sect. He was speaking the truth. Although 100 Dao sect faced such a calamity, as long as their top combat strength was still there, the sect wouldn't fall from the top. But all their hard work in the past had been for nothing. Most of the disciples died due to the ripples. Those who survived were lucky but they were in an abnormal state. It was obvious that they were frightened by the terrifying battle. When the Dao realm experts learned that everything that happened here was because of the Evil Alliance, they were shocked. To them, the Evil Alliance was just too bold. They actually dared to cause trouble in 100 Dao sect and even destroyed 100 Dao sect to such a state. It was infuriating and they found it hard to suppress the rage in their hearts. Qin Teng didn't say anything as he stared blankly at the ruins of the sect. But everyone knew. He was furious. Evil Alliance was going to pay a heavy price for their actions. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor felt pained. The loss of the Blood Lotus caused his years of hard work to dissipate and he even lost a huge treasure. But the scariest thing was, they had really infuriated Celestial Alliance. Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance would definitely have a war and no one would be able to stop it. Something big is going to happen. This bunch of idiots. Something that shouldn't have happened has turned into something like this. He didn't know what to say. He might seem strong at Dao Realm Stage 6, but if a war really broke out between Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance, even he wouldn't be able to control the situation. As for those old demons, they knew that they had caused a huge problem and ran away. Their heads hurt too. Truthfully, Evil Alliance didn't want to fight Celestial Alliance. But they couldn't be blamed. If they wanted to blame someone, they had to blame Evil Spirit Old Ancestor. If he hadn't led the team, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Also, 100 Dao sect's Qin Teng's words were really bad. He knew that they were old ancestors but he didn't give them face. Thus, to them, this matter didn't have much to do with them. They couldn't be blamed for everything. The next day, when Celestial Alliance learned about what happened to 100 Dao sect, they were furious. Many Dao realm experts suggested to stop talking nonsense and start a war with Evil Alliance. A top sect was destroyed just like that. If they didn't do anything, wouldn't that mean that Celestial Alliance was just a paper tiger? They were already slapped in the face, and if they didn't fight back, they would lose all their face. Qin Ting's thoughts were simple. They would fight and no one would be able to stop them. Su Yuanming was in deep thought. It wasn't that they couldn't fight Evil Alliance, but after that, they would definitely suffer huge losses. But he couldn't reject them. The formation of Celestial Alliance wasn't decided by one sect, so what was the point of him saying that he didn't want to fight? Guys, we need allies. Why don't I head to Buddha Alliance and we will decide after I return? Su Yuanming asked. He had a good relationship with Buddha Alliance's White Lotus Saint Purity Mountains Master Gyuan. If he could pull him over, things would be much easier and they would have more confidence in dealing with Evil Alliance. Qin Ting said, I won't wait for long. Once the time is up, I will wash Evil Alliance in blood. Even if I die, I don't care. Evil Alliance Hall. Everyone present was from the top sects of Evil Alliance and they knew about what happened at Celestial Alliance. Anyway, everyone was stunned. They were totally stunned by a bunch of old demons who were in seclusion. They wanted to say that they didn't know about this and that they did it themselves. But because they were from Evil Alliance, they had to take the blame. Moreover, these troublemakers were the experts of their sections. Even if they didn't want to take the blame, they had to. I just want to ask how this happened. It seems like Celestial Alliance didn't offend us and we weren't prepared to offend Celestial Alliance. An elder asked. He wanted to understand this problem now. Someone said, I heard evil spirit old ancestors say that he noticed Lin Wanni's son Lin Fan. Lin Fan was at Dao Realm Stage 3 and snatched the blood lotus from his hands. Who knew that they thought that the kid had a treasure on him and fell for it? Everyone looked at one another and didn't know what to say. Someone wanted to say that a bunch of old ancestors were played by a kid. If they said that, no one would believe it. That person was just sick in the head. Haze, forget it. Prepare yourselves. Celestial Alliance will definitely come soon. They had thought about lowering their pride to find Celestial Alliance to mediate. But the key was that they couldn't lower their pride. How could Evil Alliance lower their heads to Celestial Alliance? Moreover, they weren't the ones to lower their heads. It had nothing to do with them. It should be the people who participated in this matter to give 100 Dao sect an explanation. A few days later, Lin Fan returned to Martial Path Mountain. When Go Zi saw that young master was back, he was really emotional. He hadn't seen young master in a long time and missed him. Zhu Shen said, Young Master Lin, did you cause any trouble this time? To Zhu Shen, he didn't believe that Lin Fan didn't cause any trouble. But what shocked Zhu Shen was that young Master Lin's cultivation seemed to have become stronger. Cha Fu and his two disciples stood to the side. Since they returned to Martial Path Mountain with Lin Fan, they had been staying here. To them, this place was decent and nothing had happened. Zhu Shen, why do I feel like you think that I am a troublemaker? But you are right, I did do something huge this time. If it succeeds, it will cause chaos in the current situation. Lin Fan said. When Zhu Shen heard this, he was stunned. Young Master Lin, what happened? Lin Fan smiled and told him about what happened in Evil Alliance. At the start, Zhu Shen's expression was really normal. But slowly, his expression became solemn and then shocked. In the end, he was filled with disbelief like he had seen a ghost. Although he was just a pig now, as a pig, he had special expressions. Now, Zhu Shen was totally stunned. If he could really start a war between Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance, it would be of great help to the overall situation. Lin Fan said, but it was quite dangerous. Luckily, I was strong, otherwise, I would have to suffer. Oh right, when I was in 100 Dao sect, I stole their pill room. There were many good things there. He took out the pills. The storage of a top sect wasn't simple. Feng Poliu, you are too weak. Just eat some pills. Lin Fan said. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan and smiled bitterly. He really wanted to say that what was the point of eating pills? Could he even catch up to them? Stop dreaming. So, it wasn't a problem whether or not he ate pills. To Feng Poliu, his current matter was really simple. Apart from teaching his disciple, he was thinking about how his junior brother was doing. Who knew if he was dead or alive? Very quickly. Go Zi walked over. Young master, the food is ready. Lin Fan touched his stomach. Although he wasn't hungry, he missed Go Zi's cooking. At the dining hall, Mu Gang had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Lin Fan arrive, she pulled out a chair and stood behind him. She reached out and pinched Lin Fan's shoulder with her snow-white fingers. Not bad, you have improved a lot. Lin Fan praised. Mu Gang smiled happily and her face turned slightly red. Zhu Shen said, Young Master Lin, I think that it is better to be low profile. I haven't received any news from Master Lin and don't know where he is. But I think he should be with old ancestor Su. How are you so sure? Lin Fan ate and asked curiously. Zhu Shen said, Master Lin once said that if one day the defense couldn't block the alliance, then he would head to find old ancestor Su. Although it has been a while, I still remember it. Lin Fan said, it is okay. Anyway, I will definitely be able to meet my father. It is just a matter of time. Who knows where he is? Is he suffering? Is he being bullied? Zhu Shen looked at Lin Fan and didn't want to say anything. Master Lin was being bullied? Dream on. It was good that they weren't beaten to death by Master Lin. This time, Lin Fan's goal for returning to Martial Path Mountain was simple. He was prepared to expand his territory. Since this was the era of snatching territory, then how could he fall behind? He would snatch and occupy. Who knows, maybe one day he would be able to snatch back all the territory that he lost. From today onwards, this place belonged to Lin. During this period of time in Martial Path Mountain, they were really comfortable. They weren't tortured and felt really free. Anyway, there weren't any problems. Yes, they're all very good. Lin Fan took a look and nodded his head in satisfaction. You all have come to Martial Path Mountain for a period of time. Today, the sect leader won't say anything. He has something to do, which is to reward based on merit. Su Zhao, come out. Su Zhao walked out and looked at the sect leader in confusion. He didn't know what was going to happen. Also, what the hell was this reward? It didn't seem like he had done anything big. What instructions does sect leader have for me? Su Zhao asked. Lin Fan said, you are not bad, your cultivation has reached Grandmaster realm, but that is far from enough. I will help you raise your cultivation. The moment he said this, before anyone could react, Su Zhao felt like his body was filled with power. Su Zhao felt his body brimming with power. This power came out of nowhere, as if it had appeared out of thin air. I feel like my body is filled with power. He hollered in rage, his hair stood on their ends. The aura he gave off was really shocking, such that everyone retreated. Everyone looked at Su Zhao in shock. They didn't know what was going on. But they felt a terrifying power brewing in Su Zhao's body. Su Zhao's faith was light blue and he nearly entered the third stage. Last time, he raised him from Master Realm to Grandmaster Realm as a reward. Now, he didn't think about raising Su Zhao's realm to the limit. Slowly, as long as he performed well, it wouldn't be hard for him to reach the heavens right away. Hung Long. At that moment, Su Zhao floated in the air. Internal strength started to turn into true essence. This was a sign of him stepping into God Essence realm. Not long later, Su Zhao slowly landed from the sky, shock appeared on his face. Shortly after, he knelt down, thank you sect leader for giving me a new lease on life. To him, it was really hard to imagine such a situation. He didn't do anything and his cultivation rose to God Essence realm. Moreover, it wasn't fake, it was real. The surrounding disciples were stunned. If they hadn't personally witnessed it, they wouldn't have believed that such a thing would happen. It was just too shocking, such that they were speechless. They didn't even know what words to use to describe it. In Lin Fan's eyes, Su Xiao's faith slowly rose. From light blue to blue and then from blue to gold. Amazing. As expected, he didn't expect his faith to rise so quickly. Su Xiao, you're not bad, I have high hopes for you. From now on, you will be in charge of these people. Forget it, I will continue to raise your cultivation. God Essence realm is still too weak, but remember to familiarize yourself with your power. The moment he said this, Lin Fan started to use faith to provide power. Su Xiao, who was still in a state of joy, didn't even react. He felt that his cultivation had risen once more. The power he obtained was even more terrifying and shocking than before. God Essence realm, Void realm, 5-element realm, it continued to rise and jump. In the end, it stabilized at Domain realm. Everyone felt that Su Xiao's aura was even more terrifying than before. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction, not bad. You are already a Domain realm expert and are just a step away from Dao realm. Uproar. To everyone, they might not have dared to imagine that they would become peak experts, but they knew how hard it was to reach some realms. Just a moment ago, Su Xiao was at Grandmaster realm and then he rose to God Essence realm. In the blink of an eye, he actually reached Domain realm. How was that possible? Even if they personally witnessed it, they thought that it was a dream. Someone pinched himself. It hurt, but it wasn't a dream. Everything was real. What followed after was insanity and envy. Putong. Su Xiao knelt down on the ground, he nearly kissed Lin Fan's leg. Sect leader, he couldn't even speak properly and he didn't know what to say. Lin Fan said calmly, comprehend your strength. All of you remember to treat me as the only God in your hearts. One day, even if you want to reach the heavens, it will just be a thought of mine. Okay, I will help all of you raise your cultivation. Don't disappoint me. After raising Su Xiao to Domain realm, there were still 97 disciples to raise. But their faith was far from Su Xiao's. But wait. Before he even raised their strength, the faith of the remaining 97 disciples rose. It actually rose to white and then to blue. Lin Fan didn't think much and just raised their cultivation. Master realm, Grandmaster realm. All the way to 5-element realm. They were restless. Some disciples found it hard to suppress the power that suddenly exploded in their bodies and they started to lose control. Lin Fan pressed down with one hand, suppressing the power in everyone's bodies. They were still too weak. They couldn't even handle this bit of power and he actually had to do it himself. Thank you, sect leader. Everyone knelt on the ground and worshipped. Anyway, they treated Lin Fan as the god in their hearts. That's right, only a god could do that. Lin Fan smiled. It was a perfect process. He believed that one day, the people who followed him would all be Dao realm experts. Moreover, they wouldn't just be stage 1 or 2 Dao realm experts. As for whether or not these people would betray him, he didn't care at all. He gave them all the power and as long as they wanted to betray him, he would know. After all, the level of faith wouldn't lie to anyone. He could instantly retract the power he gave them. Zhu Shen was stunned. When Lin Fan raised Su Xiao's cultivation, he was stunned. How was that possible? Even if Master Lin wanted to raise someone's cultivation to a certain realm, he would have to pay a huge price. Chapter 453. Young Master, it is time for breakfast. Go Zi had an apron around his waist and he looked like a Domain realm chef. He could boldly tell anyone that cultivation was just his side job and his main job was to take care of young Master and cook every day. Lin Fan nodded. Marshall Path Mountain's foundations were getting stronger. If not for the fact that they had too few people, they would have had the right to become a top sect. Under Go Z's amazing culinary skills, the blood lotus was cooked to perfection. A plate of stir-fried blood lotus. The soup was bright red and it gave off a fragrant smell. There was also soup at the side. Who knew what Go Z added, but it looked really fragrant. In front of the dining table, Zhu Shen looked at the two dishes in fear. He sensed that the two dishes gave off a really dangerous aura, like they contained a shocking power. He wanted to ask what kind of dishes they were. Lin Fan looked at them and smiled. Do you want to eat some? If you eat, your body will explode. Feng Poliu felt that it was too fragrant, but he also felt that something wasn't right. When he heard Lin Fan say that, he was so frightened that he shook his head and didn't dare to move. Lin Fan smiled and started to taste the food that Go Z made. Go Z's culinary skills were at the Grandmaster level. With his current cultivation, he didn't need to eat at all, but he still wanted to eat Go Z's cooking. The taste was really top-notch. Evil Alliance. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor panicked. His blood lotus was stolen and his heart hurt a lot. He was really hurt too. He felt pain alone. Suddenly, Evil Spirit Old Ancestor's heart hurt like something had disappeared. But all of that wasn't important anymore. Losing nothing was more important than losing the blood lotus. Even if Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance fought, he didn't care. He just wanted to get back the blood lotus that he had. Was that wrong? Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance's war occurred at the border of the two alliances. At the start, the battle wasn't that intense. Evil Alliance didn't want to have a true conflict with Celestial Alliance, but Celestial Alliance requested them to hand over those old demons that caused trouble at 100 Dao sect. Evil Alliance was furious. Those old demons were basically the older generation experts of the various top sections. Celestial Alliance wanted them to hand them over. Wasn't that disrespecting them? Thus, from the friction between the little friends on the first day to the great battle of the Dao realm, they fought until the sky cracked, unable to heal even after a long time. There were even a few Dao realm experts who fell. At the same time, traces of Buddha Ferocious and Demon League gradually appeared on the battlefield. To be honest, this matter was caused by Lin Fan, but it developed into a huge matter. Moreover, it was a war between the four alliances. Alliance Headquarters. Zhu Daoshan was really excited. The four native alliances are at war and the situation is really intense. Our alliance's chance is here. As long as we push the war to an irreconcilable stage, it will be impossible for them to work together to fight against us. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. This is the heavens helping the alliance and we can't stop it even if we want to. Wu Zhiga said. The alliance headquarters didn't dare to do anything. They weren't worried about Lin Wani but the native sect's four alliances. The four alliances that they formed were a potential threat to the alliance headquarters. If the alliance headquarters was too extreme, the four alliances would fight back and naturally, there would be a lot of problems. But now that the four alliances were at war, they didn't have the energy to care about them. At this moment, the marshals inside were all discussing, and every marshal's face was brimming with bright smiles. The chance was right in front of their eyes, and if they didn't grab it, they would have missed it. The commander said, "We only have one chance. The conflict between Evil Alliance and Celestial Alliance isn't intense enough. Buddha Alliance and Monster Alliance's conflict is too calm. Our alliance has to do something for them. We have to push the four of them to an irreconcilable stage." Zhu Daoshan looked at the commander in shock. Our alliance has a backup plan. The commander said, "Troops are trained for a long time. It is time for them to attack. Send orders to monitor the situation. I think that Lin Wani should be coming out soon. Not only is this a good chance for the alliance, but it is also a good chance for Lin Wani and the others." Everyone looked at one another and nodded their heads. That was indeed the case and there was nothing wrong with it. But they believed that their alliance would be the biggest winner. Commander, I would like to fight. Zhu Daoshan wanted to head to the natives. The few things he experienced caused his position in the alliance's heart to plummet. He felt really helpless. He couldn't even do such a small thing and that was just so embarrassing. This was why he needed to complete some things to rebuild his reputation. He was one of the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance and he actually failed because of some small things. Wasn't that just embarrassing? Okay, you can rest. There is no need for you to participate. The commander was a little afraid of Zhu Daoshan. What a troublemaker. It was best if he just stayed in the alliance and didn't think so much. Oh right, there is something I need you to solve. Ocean Emperor Island and Hell Mountain have always wanted to enter the native land. The alliance is a man of their words. Tell them that the chance is right in front of them. How much land they can occupy is their problem and the alliance won't interfere. As the supreme expert of the alliance headquarters, the commander had to appease many powers. If those powers had such thoughts, it would be a huge problem. Zhu Daoshan blinked. He, the strongest 9-star general, had to do such a thing. Isn't this a little too embarrassing? He could even see that some people were sneaking smiles. Forget it. Why bother about them? He didn't believe that he couldn't do such a small thing. Brother Lin, the 4 alliances are at war and it seems like it was caused by your son. Old ancestor Su looked at Lin Wani with a weird gaze like he was asking why his family was so restless. Nonsense, don't slander me. Why would my son do that? You are just putting the blame on my son. That is just too much. Lin Wani believed what Su Changsun said but his heart jumped. He hadn't seen Lin Fan in a long time and naturally, he wanted to be by his son's side to protect him. But the situation didn't allow it. Su Changsun said, okay, whatever you say. But I am thinking about something. What is going on with your son? He is really talented, but you can't say that. After all, even if he isn't as overpowered as your son. He is 20 and is at Dao Realm Stage 3. Lin Wani, do you know what that means? This is unprecedented and unheard of. Even if all the sects in the world use all their strength, they won't be able to develop such a person. Lin Wani looked at Su Changsun's expression and didn't know what to say. It would be a lie if he didn't feel shocked when he found out that his son was so powerful. So, what do you want to say? Lin Wani asked. Su Changsun said, you have seen the situation. Prince Xiao doesn't have any thoughts about reviving the imperial dynasty. Although we are strong, we aren't strong enough to face so many powers. The experts that the imperial dynasty nurtured seem loyal, but who knows whether or not they have other thoughts. So, my thoughts are simple. Why don't we rest here? With your son's talent, maybe in just a few years he will surpass you and become the strongest in the world. When that happens, we won't need to do anything, right? Su Changsun's thoughts were not bad. But how could Lin Wani let him think that way? You old thing, you better not think that way. I definitely won't let my son participate in this. Su Changsun smiled. He knew that Lin Wani would say that, but that wasn't important. What was important was that he was really looking forward to what would happen next. If you don't want to participate, then so be it. But what do you think about the current situation? The war between the 4 alliances might be our chance. It was indeed a chance. But he knew that it was also a chance for the alliance. The alliance definitely wouldn't give up on this chance. Okay, I don't want to say much. Someone is here, so Lin Wani, welcome him. Su Changsun smiled and walked into the distance. Lin Wani frowned and didn't understand what this old fellow meant. But shortly after, his body shook. There was a familiar person in the distance. It was also someone that Lin Wani didn't dare to see. Lin Wani didn't say anything. He turned around and wanted to leave. Lin Wani, you coward. The girl scolded. When he heard that, Lin Wani was unhappy. He turned his head and looked. Who are you calling cowards? Who are you calling cowards? I am talking about you. The person who came was Su Changsen's daughter, Su Liuli. In the distance, Su Changsen shook his head and felt that something wasn't right. Was it really okay to push his daughter out just like that? Forget it. Forget it. Lin Wani cursed in his heart. This old fellow was so cunning to actually send the person he let down the most in his life to him. Marshall Path Mountain. Lin Fan looked at the map in his hand. This is the power distribution around Marshall Path Mountain. There weren't many powers around Marshall Path Mountain and none of them caught his eye. With Lin Fan's current strength, only the top sects could catch his eye. As for the others, they didn't need to be mentioned at all. Young master, do we need to uproot these powers? Go Zi asked. Since cousin wasn't by his side, Go Zi's burden became heavier. He needed to analyze young master's words and then take action. But Go Zi was more rational than cousin. Cousin always misunderstood his intentions. Each time he frowned, he would raise his fist and beat him up. No matter who the other party was, he was really bold. Lin Fan said, young master isn't a bloodthirsty person. Don't worry, young master, I am only prepared to chase them away. I won't kill them. Go Zi said. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hands, don't be anxious. Tomorrow, follow me. We need to expand our territory. Now was a good chance. He didn't care about what others thought. What he wanted to do was to ensure that there were no other powers in Marshall Path Mountain. But he was filled with anticipation. Did Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance fight? If they didn't, then that would be a little disappointing. But how would Lin Fan know? Not to mention fighting, many Dao Realm experts had already died. Li Erlang knelt on the ground and prostrated himself. Thank you for sparing my life. Then, without even throwing away his weapon, he broke into a run and ran as far as he could. A coward running away was cool and unrestrained. When the members of the Wild Wolf gang saw that their boss had run away, they were momentarily stunned. Then, one by one, they followed closely behind and ran away in a panic. They didn't even care about their home anymore. To Li Erlang, this was like seeing a ghost. He was just a bandit leader and his cultivation was terrifyingly weak. He didn't offend any big shots, so why did so many people come? Moreover, they attacked just because they didn't agree with him. How terrifying. Lin Fan waved his hands, let's see if there are any good things inside. Let's move to another place. Go Zi followed beside him. He wanted to be young master's loyal Go Zi, to help young master clear the obstacles in his path. No matter who it was, he had to do it. What happened next became much simpler. Lin Fan brought 98 disciples. To be more direct, they were fighters. Along with Go Zi and himself, a total of 100 people started to suppress the various powers around Marshall Path Mountain. No matter what they said, when they met, they would scare them. If that didn't work, they would beat them up. Basically, they would settle it on the second level. No one could take it. Now, Lin Fan was about to start his plan. The first step was to occupy land. Not to mention anything else, he had to take down the land within 1,000 miles. Of course, he had to spread the name of Marshall Path Mountain. Thinking about how young Master Huang trusted him so much, he wanted to invest in Marshall Path Mountain and see returns in the future. How could he disappoint him? Although he didn't know whether or not young Master Huang was dead or alive, even if he was dead, he had to spread the name of Marshall Path Mountain. In the future, those people would help him spread the news. Why did they die? That was because of Marshall Path Mountain. Those Long Rainbow sect disciples were all really excited. They believed in Lin Fan. Especially Su Zhao, he worshipped him to the extreme. As the head of the 98 disciples, he was highly regarded. But when he looked towards Go Z, he was filled with envy. How he wanted to be like Go Z and serve the sect leader. But he knew that he wasn't qualified enough. He could only continue to work hard and hope that one day, he would be able to become someone like Go Z. Marshall Path Mountain's location was decent and it was secluded. It didn't belong to the 4 alliances, so there weren't many sections. But there were still some, which was why they were Lin Fan's first targets. He wouldn't show mercy to these sects and had to chase them away. As long as they didn't join the defense, he would beat them up. Where Evil Alliance and Celestial Alliance intersected, Evil Spirit Old Ancestor couldn't avoid it at all. He was the main person involved, and although he had made the reason clear, there were just too few people who believed him. Sect leader Qin, I have said many times that this is a misunderstanding. Lin Wani-sun did it, so why don't you believe me? Evil Spirit Old Ancestor said. He really wanted to slice open Qin Teng's head and see what was inside. Was he really as stupid as a pig? As the 100 Dao sect leader, Qin Teng personally joined the battle. That was enough to show how furious he was. There is no need to say any more. Is it important? It isn't. I just want to ask, did all of you attack? Qin Teng asked. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor said, we did, but there is a reason. We were conned by that kid. What he wanted to see was a war between Evil Alliance and Celestial Alliance. He didn't want to be treated like a sandpiper. Sect leader Qin smiled. His smile was a little maniacal. Enough, that is enough. As long as all of you attacked, it is enough. 100 Dao sect's many years of accumulation was wiped out because of you bastards. I want all of you to die. At that moment, the sky shook. Sect leader Qin looked really terrifying. His gaze was like he was about to swallow someone up. Old Ancestor Moi hollered, what is there to talk about with Celestial Alliance? Do they really think that Evil Alliance is easy to bully? Which one of us isn't an old demon that has proven the Dao for many years? We can do whatever we want. Just 100 Dao sect and they are giving us so much face. Kill. This roar was very useful. It directly caused the corrupt Path's old devils to go crazy. That was right. They were all top old demons. Did a Celestial Alliance think that they could ride on their heads? They were just asking to die. In the distance, Su Yuanming floated in the air. The person he was facing was Evil Alliance Xiedao sect leader Old Demon Wu-wei. Brother Wu-wei, you know about this. It is definitely like what Evil Spirit said. Someone is using all of you. I believe that. I believe that Evil Alliance won't have a conflict with Celestial Alliance. After all, it won't benefit either of us. Su Yuanming didn't want to fight, but he was forced to. What else could he do? He had no choice. This was why he wanted to have a good chat with Old Demon Wu-wei. It would be best if they didn't have to fight. Old Demon Wu-wei said, that's right. I have already seen through that, but things have already happened. 100 Dao sect was indeed destroyed by them. Qin Teng won't let this matter rest. However, it's impossible for the Evil Alliance to hand over all of our old masters. Therefore, we must fight this battle. Su Yuanming shook his head and said helplessly, Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance have never had any conflicts. Even if there were, they were just small fights. Now that the Alliance knows about what happened between our two alliances, naturally, they will take action. If possible, stopping the war now is the best choice. Old Demon Wu-wei said, that is indeed the case, but I heard that Celestial Alliance pulled Buddha Alliance in. It doesn't look like it is a ceasefire. Su Yuanming said, how is that possible? We really want to stop, but based on what I know, your Evil Alliance pulled Monster Alliance in. The two of them looked at one another. He didn't expect that they already knew about it. Brother Wu-wei, truthfully, this is just in case. I really don't want to do anything. You know that if we really fight, the outcome will be catastrophic. It won't be of any benefit to our two alliances. Su Yuanming's thoughts were really simple, which was to preserve Celestial Alliance's strength. Now wasn't the time to fight. Suddenly, a person broke through the air and rushed over. He was really panicking, like he had faced something. Old ancestor, this is bad. Xiedao sect has been attacked by a bunch of Dao realm experts and suffered heavy losses. Blood Demon faction hall leader blocked them and suffered heavy injuries. What? Old ancestor Wu Wei was furious. He looked at Su Yuanming. I didn't expect you to be so despicable. Su Yuanming was stunned and was totally stunned. He didn't even know what had happened. Brother Wu Wei, I swear to the heavens that this wasn't done by Celestial Alliance. Su Yuanming said, someone is definitely framing Celestial Alliance. Their goal is to make the conflict between our two alliances irreconcilable. Old Ancestor, Buddha Alliance and Celestial Alliance did it. I recognize one of them. The old demon who came to inform said. Old Ancestor Wu Wei's eyes spat out flames. Good, very good. Su Yuanming, wait and see. I won't let this matter rest. The moment he said this, Old Ancestor Wu Wei headed towards Xiedao sect. Xiedao sect had many experts, but he brought many of them out. Luckily, he left the Blood Demon faction hall leader behind, otherwise, the outcome would be catastrophic. This, Su Yuanming frowned. Who wanted to frame Celestial Alliance? Chapter 455. In the distance. The area was really eye-catching and the mountains and rivers lost their color. The battle between Dao realm experts had broken away from the low level of fun. So what if the sky collapsed? That was a scene of the dimension collapsing. Who wants to frame us? Su Yuanming was in deep thought. He thought of all the possibilities that he could think of. Lin Fan, Alliance, Buddha Alliance, Monster Alliance, etc. But the biggest possibility was the Alliance and Buddha Alliance. As Lin Wani's son, Lin Fan was indeed in danger. But Lin Wani hadn't appeared until now. Although there were benefits to instigating conflict between the four alliances, the benefits were limited and it wasn't worth the risk. So, the biggest possibility was the alliance. If the four alliances fought, the alliance would gain the most. As for the imperial dynasty, they were just puppets and there was no need to worry about them at all. Hayes, what is the point of thinking about all this? Alliance, you are really skilled. You actually hid so deeply. Su Yuanming's head hurt. There was nothing he could do. Buddha Alliance and Celestial Alliance were definitely the ones who did it. They wouldn't be able to clear their names even if they wanted to. Shortly after, Su Yuanming didn't care about the situation and went to find White Lotus St. Purity Mountain's Guyuan. He had to ask what was going on. If Buddha Alliance was really involved, he would definitely know. Imperial Dynasty. King Wutong dismissed his followers and left the main hall. He walked towards the depths of the Imperial Dynasty. On the path deep in, many experts were hidden in the darkness. Rebel, you deserve to die. There seemed to be a furious voice spreading into King Wutong's ears. But because of the royal family bloodline, he was unobstructed and wasn't stopped at all. Very quickly, King Wutong came to the deepest part and there was no path ahead. There was a multicolored light barrier blocking his path. Who? He took in a deep breath and like he was gathering his courage, he stepped into the barrier. The moment he stepped in, King Wutong's body turned transparent and one could see the veins and meridians in his body. The dark path that they had just walked through had disappeared without a trace, and only a wall was there. Brother, don't worry, I know what to do. This is the only thing I can do. At this moment, King Wutong came to a stone room. The stone room was very large, and there was a path paved with ancient bricks that extended into the distance. On both sides of the path was a bottomless, pitch-black abyss, from which angry roars could be heard from time to time. King Wudong walked on the path, and after a long while he reached the end. A stone coffin was placed there. The surface of the sarcophagus was engraved with patterns of unknown beasts, and the surface of the sarcophagus was stained with dark blood. King Wudong pushed the stone coffin and wanted to open it, but it was too heavy. It was so heavy that he couldn't move it at all. Even if he used all his strength, it was useless. Shortly after, King Wudong took out a letter. This letter was from a long time ago, like it was hundreds or even thousands of years old. He opened the handbook and searched for the introduction inside. Soon, he found a solution. He cut his wrist and dripped his blood on it. Drip. Drip. The fresh blood fell on the stone coffin, and in the blink of an eye, it was absorbed. Ka-cha! The sarcophagus shook, and then the lid of the coffin moved, opening a crack. This is recorded in the ancient handbook of the royal family, but the last page was torn off. What was recorded on it? King Wudong found these letters hidden in every corner of the imperial family book hiding room. In the end, he came here. He didn't think too much about it. No matter what, he wanted to see what was inside. Something that could be placed in the royal family definitely wasn't simple. When King Wudong opened the sarcophagus, gray smoke surged out from within. Cough, cough. He coughed and waved his hands to dissipate the smoke. He then looked into the sarcophagus. King Wudong was shocked. He thought that there would be something shocking within, but regretfully, there was nothing. There was just a statue that was the length of an arm. Who knew what it was made of, but it gave off a black glow. This statue wasn't a human, but it looked like a human. It had goat horns on its head, many tentacle-like whiskers, many eyes on its body, and a pair of wings on its back. What is this thing? King Wudong had never heard of such a thing and had never seen such a thing before. But he could sense an uncomfortable aura from the statue. The aura was a little evil. After holding the statue for a long time, he felt his blood turn cold. Dangerous thing. King Wudong placed the statue down and his breathing became rushed. He felt that this wasn't a good thing and it contained a shocking danger. He turned around and left. But as he walked, his footsteps slowed down. He hesitated and thought about it. In the end, he returned to the sarcophagus and picked up the statue once more. He looked at it carefully. Slowly, King Wudong felt like he was being attracted by the statue. Scenes appeared in his mind. In the world where the sea of blood surged, the monsters that were tens of thousands of meters tall harvested the lives of all living beings. Everywhere they passed, not even a blade of grass grew. Not a single living thing could survive. Pata! King Wudong's face was ashen white and he took several steps back. The statue in his hand fell to the ground. His back felt cold and he was terrified. Even if it was just a scene, it was enough to give him an irreversible deterrence. How can the imperial dynasty have such an evil thing? King Wudong was filled with disbelief. If he hadn't personally experienced it, he wouldn't have believed that it was real. He opened the letter once more and very quickly found the records. Evil God, Masaki, Shinfeng. Ancient ruler, destroyer, tempter, terminator of power. King Wudong didn't understand what it said, but it gave one a feeling, which was that it was really overbearing and strong. He didn't know what to do. The letter recorded that one could use blood to communicate with the ancient ruler. But he was afraid. Things that were too mysterious would always make one panic. But the letter recorded that one could obtain power from the evil god. What King Wudong lacked was power. If he was strong enough, all of this wouldn't have happened. The alliance and the sect would have been wiped out and his brother wouldn't have died. He could also be a carefree king and didn't need to worry so much. The blood of 10 kids, evil thing, no matter how powerful this king is, this king will absolutely not do such a thing. King Wudong took in a deep breath and placed the statue back into the stone coffin. He turned around and left without turning his head. Right as he was about to leave, a voice spread into his mind. You will come back. No, I won't come back. King Wudong left the place. A few days later, Lin Fan knew that the war between Evil Alliance and Celestial Alliance had reached an unstoppable stage. He wanted to join in, but the situation didn't allow it. He was really busy now. Young master, this is the last sect in our territory. Why don't you let me go up and solve this for you? Go, Zi said. He wanted to solve all problems for young master. Now was the chance. Su Zhao said, Sect leader, just leave this to me. You don't need old dog. Go, Zi looked at Su Zhao. This was interesting. He actually wanted to snatch this from him. He was bold and had ideas. He really didn't expect that. Lin Fan waved his hands, let's go up together. We are here to negotiate and not to fight. Even if we occupy the territory, we have to talk to them. Since leaving Marshall Path Mountain, he hadn't gotten off the ground and was carried by them. His days were carefree and carefree. No matter what it was, Go Zi would be able to handle it well for him. Suddenly, there was a ruckus. At the same time, footsteps could be heard. He raised his head and looked out. Lin Fan was stunned. What was going on? He saw many people carrying big and small bags down the mountain. Just as Lin Fan and the others were stunned. Among the people who came down, an old man bowed, Welcome, Sect Leader Lin. Our moon-gazing sect will leave now and give this place to Sect Leader Lin. Please give us some time, the disciples are packing up. All of you. Lin Fan was in deep thought. Had his prestige spread all the way here? Moon-gazing sect leader thought that he was unhappy and broke out in a cold sweat. Sect leader Lin, don't be too emotional. We could have given up this place long ago, but because we have never seen you, we waited until now. We wanted to see your face and remember it in our hearts. In the future, we will spread your name and let more people know about it. Lin Fan said, Spread my name. Are all of you filled with hatred and want to find others to take revenge? How is that possible? That is impossible. Moon-gazing sect leader shook his head. Lin Fan really wanted to reply. To say that it was impossible. Your 999 plus made him so happy that he was about to die. Forget it. It wasn't easy to live outside. Not only did they move, but they also provided rage points. What else could he say? Hurry up. From now on, this is Marshall Path Mountains territory. Find your own way out. Lin Fan said. Moon-gazing sect leader was delighted. Sect leader Lin has helped us a lot. My sect can't even make ends meet and I can't take it anymore. I was just about to disband and find a place to live. Some sects just made one feel helpless. One could say that he had a temper. After all, he could provide rage points. But one couldn't say that he didn't have a temper. They just arrived at the foot of the mountain and didn't even go up. They didn't even say a single word and Lin Fan moved the entire sect. They were just too cowardly. For these sects to go all out against the alliance, it was already not bad that they didn't betray them. The disciples came down one after another and each of them stared at Lin Fan's face for a long time. They would never forget the sect leader's tearful complaints in front of them. Since the sect was in trouble, they should all go and protect their own lives. The main culprit of all this was this person. They shouted in their hearts. Life is full of ups and downs. Just you wait and see. We are still young and the future is full of changes. Although you are young, we aren't afraid of you. Chapter 456. With moon-gazing sect's departure, 1,000 miles around was Marshall Path Mountains territory. There were no small factions left. Of course. There was still a city in this region. This was a city that the imperial dynasty had forgotten about. At the same time, it was a city that the various sects didn't notice. Thinking about the top sects, which one of them didn't control 4 to 5 cities and form a dynasty? No matter what, Lin Fan was a domineering presence. He was the sect leader of Martial Path Mountain and used the chief god belief system to casually create experts. How could a normal person have such ability? Su Zhao, bring some people to take down the city around Martial Path Mountain. Remember not to harm the lives of the commoners. If those aristocratic families resist, just teach them a lesson. If they are willing to scram, then tell them to scram. Lin Fan said. Su Zhao was waiting for something to happen. Now that the sect leader gave the orders, he didn't even think about it and hurried towards the city. Lin Fan really didn't know how to choose a location to place Martial Path Mountain in such a broken place. There were just too few resources. Just looking at the city, one could tell that a sect in a city wasn't much. But all of that didn't matter. They would slowly develop. Didn't they see that Martial Path Mountain's territory had already expanded to 1,000 miles? In the future, they would only continue to expand. Let's go, let's head back. Lin Fan waved his hands and the group left. After coming out for so long, they had gained a lot. In his words, everything was really calm and peaceful. They didn't face any problems at all. Those factions were really calm, and when they knew that Martial Path Mountain had arrived, they all obediently gave up their land. Mountain City. It was a really normal city and there was nothing shocking about it. It couldn't compare to those true big cities. There were aristocratic families in Mountain City who occupied an area. The imperial dynasty was wiped out and Mountain City became a city with no one managing it. Naturally, those aristocratic families had thoughts like changing from aristocratic families to city lords. When such a thought appeared, it lingered in his mind. But there was more than one aristocratic family in Mountain City. All of them wanted that, so what could they do? They could only compete with one another. Unfortunately, when Su Zhao came to Mountain City, everything was different. Su Zhao brought people to spread the news to every corner of the city. Listen up, from today onwards, Martial Path Mountain will be in charge of this city. When Su Zhao said this, Mountain City was in an uproar. To the common people, they didn't care. As long as they could live a good life, it was fine. It didn't matter who controlled Mountain City. But to the aristocratic families of Mountain City, who could be so arrogant? As for Martial Path Mountain, he had never even heard of it, so where did it come from? Of course, there were many people in Mountain City who knew about Martial Path Mountain's existence. Lin Fan had wiped out some of their properties. Thinking that it was dangerous outside and that he had nowhere to go, he came to Mountain City to be a comfortable commoner. Who knew that Martial Path Mountain would progress so quickly and actually stretch their hands to this place? How terrifying! Was there really no place for them to stand? To Su Zhao, those aristocratic families were like a group of ants. They collapsed without any room for resistance. After all, Su Zhao's strength had reached the domain realm. He nearly became a Dao realm expert. How could those aristocratic families face them? The gap between them was huge to begin with. Martial Path Mountain. Zhang Tianshan was so excited that he was about to jump up. This kid's brain has been enlightened, he has really been enlightened. His biggest thought was to strengthen Martial Path Mountain, but he had no choice. That kid was just so useless, who knew what he was doing every day. But now, the heavens had opened their eyes. That kid finally knew how to develop Martial Path Mountain. Zhang Tianshan had nothing to do in Martial Path Mountain, but to make Martial Path Mountain more holy, he studied formations every day and merged them into Martial Path Mountain. Although he was weak, so weak that he couldn't be considered much. However, the will of man triumphed over the heavens, absorbing the power of the earth and the might of the sky, forming a formation that even Dao realm experts would have to pay a price for. Since Liang Yongqi returned from the outside world, he followed beside Zhang Tianshan. Sect leader Zhang, I learned my first formation, when will you help me take a look? Liang Yongqi asked. Zhang Tianshan said, not bad, work hard. When I have time, I will help you take a look. Look at how good Liang Yongqi was with his words. When no one was around, she addressed him as sect master. How sensible of her. Liang Yongqi nodded his head. There were more and more people in Martial Path Mountain and his status was different. He was the senior brother of Martial Path Mountain. In the past, he didn't feel that his status was different. But later on, when a Long Rainbow sect disciple called him eldest senior brother, his mentality changed. So, was it so good to be licked? That night, Lin Fan was thinking about something in the room. If he didn't get the legacy of the Darkness Chief God, he wouldn't care about the territory that he occupied. But it was different now. He urgently needed faith. The God domain in his body changed. The God Hall appeared perfectly, but it was still empty. There were more buildings that needed to appear. To form a complete Darkness God domain, he needed more faith. The key was. During this period of time, he gained a lot of faith. Many of the Darkness Chief God's legacy techniques appeared. To be direct, they were just to bluff people. Lin Fan controlled the faith in the God domain to travel through the dimension and descend into Mountain City. At the same time, he used the Chief God's technique, Dream Realm. That night, the commoners in Mountain City dreamed of a statue that gave off a golden glow. It was said that those who believed in the Martial Path Mountain Chief God would be protected. At the center of the city, a statue appeared out of nowhere. It was Lin Fan's face. Since he occupied the territory, then naturally, he had to make use of it. Although the commoners were weak, they could provide faith. Moreover, if faith reached a certain level, it could raise their strength. Just thinking about it made him feel good. The next day, the morning sun covered the city. When the commoners saw the giant statue, they were so terrified that they sat on the ground and muttered to themselves. Last night's dream, they all had a dream last night and something happened in the dream. But as it was a dream, it didn't give them a strong feeling. Who did this prank? Who placed the statue here? The commoners gathered together and were lost. They didn't know what was going on. In a secluded corner of Mountain City, in an old and broken house, a woman waited uneasily. A sigh spread out. Haze. The doctor felt the pulse of a kid and then released his hand. He shook his head, he can't be saved, let's prepare for his funeral. The woman panicked, Doctor, take a look. Why can't he be saved? He definitely can be saved, please. The doctor broke free from her hand, he really can't be saved, his illness is incurable and I don't know where to start. The woman sat on the ground and looked at her son. She cried, he is only 3, why is his life so tough? No, there has to be a way, there has to be. Instantly, the woman recalled the scenes from last night's dream. She didn't experience everything as she had to take care of the kid. She would often rest for a while and then wake up. But she remembered some things from the dream. Shortly after, the woman carried her son and ran outside. When the neighbors saw the woman carrying the incurable child, they all shouted, Sister Xiang, where are you going? Sister Xiang didn't reply and just ran into the distance. Let's go take a look. Sister Xiang is so pitiful. Her man died and now her only child is about to die too. We can't let anything happen to her, let's go take a look. Then, the surrounding neighbors followed closely behind. They were also very worried. In the center of the city, that statue made many people feel weird but no one knelt and prayed to it. Something that appeared out of nowhere, who knew where it came from? It should have been done by Martial Path Mountain who controlled Mountain City. Their goal was to tell everyone that this was their territory. Maybe that was the case. But just at that moment, the commoners all stopped. Sister Xiang ran over with her child and knelt on the ground. "Save my child, please save my child." Some of the commoners recognized who was kneeling in front of the statue. "Isn't that Sister Xiang from the east of the city? I heard that her son's illness is incurable and the doctor is helpless." "Hayes, what is the use of kneeling? Can she even appear?" "Right, but she is really pitiful. I can only say that her life is tough." Sister Xiang knelt there and didn't say a word. She prayed in her heart and didn't care about what the people around said. This was her only hope. The neighbors who followed over saw Sister Xiang kneeling there. Some of them wanted to say something but they were pulled back and shook their heads. "Don't disturb her. This is her only hope. If we don't even allow this, then that is just too cruel. Once she gives up, she will slowly recover." Everyone nodded their heads in agreement and didn't say anything more. Time passed slowly. The sky turned dark. The commoners all returned home, but when they passed by, they still saw Sister Xiang kneeling there. To them, there was no need for her to do that. Why did she have to do that? Everything was fake. How could that statue save her son? The next morning, the streets were filled with people and everyone looked at Sister Xiang in shock. It had been a day and night, so why was she still kneeling there? At the same time, they realized that her child's breathing became really weak, like he would leave at any moment. Hayes. So tragic. Not only did she lose her man, but she also lost her child. This is a huge blow to her. Marshall Path Mountain. Lin Fan thought about it. Damn, a day passed and she didn't have any faith at all. Did he do something wrong? But that was impossible. That didn't make sense at all. But suddenly, a soft voice rang out in Lin Fan's mind. Within the faith lines, the source of this voice was a little special. What? Lin Fan was stunned, but he was really curious. This had never happened before, or was this a new function that appeared after the development of the God domain? Chapter 457. Very quickly, Lin Fan understood what was going on. Although he wasn't in Mountain City, but he could understand what was happening in Mountain City. The kid is about to die and he needs to ask for help. Lin Fan thought about it. If it was in the past, this would be a complicated matter as he didn't have medical skills. But now, it wasn't a problem at all. In the Darkness Chief God Legacy, it was normal to use faith to save others. As expected, this proved a problem. The Chief Gods needed to use some methods to develop believers. Maybe this is a chance. Mountain City. Sister Xiang, stop kneeling. This is useless. Look at your son, his breathing is getting weaker and weaker. Cherish your last moments with him and don't waste it here. That's right. Everyone persuaded and hoped that Sister Xiang would understand that it wasn't wise to waste time here. But Sister Xiang didn't bother about them. She continued to kowtow and blood could be seen on her forehead. Please, save my son, please. To others, Sister Xiang had gone mad. Hayes, Sister Xiang has really gone mad. They didn't believe that a miracle would happen just by kneeling and praying to a statue. That was just impossible. Moreover, such a thing had never happened before. But suddenly, everyone felt their hearts suddenly become heavy. Look. Some commoners noticed that the statue was acting weird and they shouted out in shock. At that moment, everyone looked towards the statue at the center of the city. An eye-catching light exploded from the statue and its aura covered the entire city. The commoners who were covered felt an urge to worship it. When Sister Xiang saw the shining light, she started to kowtow even more. A ray of light swept over, lifting Sister Xiang's son into the air. To everyone, this was a miracle. Many of them even had a thought. Was the dream last night real? Shortly after, a chief god image floated up from the statue. It was holy and majestic and the light shone down. The commoners felt like they were bathing in a warm sunlight. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was, what was that image? Also, what would happen to Sister Xiang's son? Instantly, the illusory figure moved, and a finger slowly landed on the child's forehead. With a ding sound, ripples of light spread out from the child's forehead like waves. It was so piercing that everyone couldn't open their eyes. Gradually, the light dissipated. Everyone was in a state of confusion. Until a voice broke the silence. Mother, Aunt Xiang's son, stood there, crying uneasily. Child. Aunt Xiang pounced forward and hugged her son. She looked him up and down and couldn't see any problems. The doctor who took a look at Xiang Sa's son was there too. When he saw this, he ran over and felt the child's pulse. His expression changed and he exclaimed in shock. Miracle, this is a miracle. He's actually fine now. The doctor was extremely shocked, as if he couldn't believe it. Sister Xiang pulled the kid and knelt down in front of the statue. She prayed sincerely and muttered about the darkness chief god. This was what Lin Fan had just transmitted to the other party. At that moment, the surrounding commoners witnessed the miracle and were shocked. They surrounded Aunt Xiang. Aunt Xiang, what happened just now? Why did the statue respond to you? That's right, how did you do that? The commoners were all stunned. If they hadn't personally witnessed it, they definitely wouldn't have believed it. It was just a normal statue, but it suddenly shone brightly and the kid who was on the verge of death was instantly healed. Aunt Xiang got up and said, it was the darkness chief god. He saved my kid. We believe in him and the noble chief god will protect us. My kid was saved by the chief god. To the commoners, this was just too huge of a blow. Very quickly, the commoners all knelt in front of the statue. No matter how good the advertisement was, it wasn't as convincing as personally witnessing it. Moreover, not only did they personally witness it, but Aunt Xiang's kid was on the verge of death. In the blink of an eye, he was jumping around. That was just too shocking. Martial Path Mountain. Amazing, she actually has max-level faith. Lin Fan was shocked and a little stunned. He consumed faith to help her so that people would know that a miracle had descended. But now, his gains were a little shocking. That woman's faith actually reached purple, which was the highest level. If he raised her cultivation, she could become a Dao realm expert. Wait, let me take a breather. Lin Fan thought about it. Things were a little shocking and the development was just too sudden. He obtained purple faith believers so easily. Of course, maybe this was all due to the right time and place. Aunt Xiang was at a dead end. Her son had a really high position in her heart, and when she was in despair, the god of faith gave her the greatest hope. So, at the crucial moment, she exploded out. Her faith directly reached purple. Not bad, if I have more of such believers, then it would feel great. After going through this matter, Lin Fan was in a good mood. The world is so huge and it isn't easy to occupy it. But if I use faith to control it, then it might be much simpler. Because of this matter, Lin Fan slowly had some ideas. He wasn't in a rush. If he took things slowly, there would be a chance. Xiedao sect. When old demon Wu Wei learned that Xiedao sect was attacked, he rushed back right away. When he saw the state of the sect, he was so furious that he nearly exploded. Xiedao sect's blood demon faction leader was badly injured. After asking, he found out that 4 Dao realm stage 6 experts came. The hall leader fought 1 against 4 and in the end, he was badly injured. If not for the experts defending the sect, the outcome would have been catastrophic. This was premeditated. What did 4 Dao realm stage 6 experts mean? They were the strongest experts of the top sections. Now, they actually sneak attacked Xiedao sect. If they didn't attack together, he wouldn't have believed it. Old demon Wu Wei was furious. They were just bullies and didn't care about Xiedao sect at all. Since they wanted to fight, then they would fight. The alliance headquarters wanted to instigate a war between the four factions. They didn't hesitate to use some hidden methods. Of course, Monster Alliance was also invaded. If they didn't drag Monster Alliance in, then wouldn't it be so boring? White Lotus St. Purity Mountain. Su Yuanming arrived and the disciples at the entrance welcomed sect leader Su. They knew that this person had a close relationship with Guyuan. In the hall, Brother Guyuan, who was the one who attacked Shidao sect. As one of the leaders of Buddha Alliance, you definitely know something. Su Yuanming asked directly. Guyuan smiled and reached out. Sit, we can talk about it slowly. Su Yuanming looked at Guyuan and kept silent for a moment. He then sat to the side. Buddhist incense burned between the two of them which could calm one down. Brother Guyuan, why do I feel like you know something? Su Yuanming opened his mouth. He had a close relationship with Guyuan and they had known each other for close to 70 years. Brother Yuanming, if someone asks me who I believe in, I will tell him that I believe in Buddha. But if I have to choose one person, I will say that I believe in you. We met when we were young and I was just an unassuming guard monk. You were a genius disciple of Guixian Island and had a high status. The gap between you and me was just too huge. But fate is hard to say. Since we have known each other for so long, I won't lie to you. I did all of this. Guyuan said calmly and his expression didn't change at all. Su Yuanming looked at him in shock. Everything I said is true. Guyuan said. He knew that Su Yuanming couldn't accept it but it was okay. He would slowly accept it. I really didn't expect that. Su Yuanming shook his head and said, why did we do that? Causing a war between the four alliances won't do us any good. It will only give the alliance a chance to expand their territory. At that time, we will lose too much strength and we won't be able to do anything to the alliance. Guyuan said, it is okay. I have already discussed all of this with the alliance. They just need Evil Alliance and Monster Alliance's territory. Ha! Su Yuanming smiled and shook his head. Guyuan, have you become dumb from cultivating? You even believe what the alliance says. When the time comes and the alliance cleans up Buddha Alliance, what will you use to block? Not you but us. I have already told the alliance that you will be with me. Guyuan said. Su Yuanming looked at Guyuan, why are you so sure that I will be with you? Guyuan, don't think too much. When the time comes, it will be too late for you to regret. It is still not too late to stop. Evil Alliance and Monster Alliance might not want to fight but if they do, the situation will be out of control and we will fall into the alliance's trap. Guyuan shook his head. Celestial Alliance is made up of 3,000 sects and the 10 top sects control it. Although Guixian Island is strong, their control over Celestial Alliance isn't big enough. If you want Guixian Island to control Celestial Alliance, then the chance is right in front of your eyes. Think about it, opportunity and danger coexist. Even if you are playing with a tiger, as long as you have a chance, you can gamble. Moreover, don't be so pessimistic. Lin Wani isn't dead and the alliance is most worried about him and not us. During this period of time, it will be our chance. Think about it. Su Yuanming frowned. Guyuan's words made sense but it was too dangerous. One wrong step and everything would be wrong. He didn't expect Guyuan to be so bold. A long while later. What do you want to do next? Su Yuanming asked. Guyuan said, let's wait and see. Don't bother and let them develop. Don't be the peacemaker. Evil Alliance's old demons are violent and they will start a war if they don't agree with each other. We just have to provoke them and let them fight. When they are badly injured, that will be our chance. What a vicious thought. Su Yuanming sucked in a deep breath like he didn't expect Guyuan to have such a plan. Think about it. I will wait for you to decide. After all, we are friends and I don't want to lie to you. Gu Yuan said. Then, Su Yuanming left this place. After he left, Gu Yuan said, I believe that he will make the right choice and not attack my friend. They were all old factions, so why did he chase them away? Was it because he was strong? If that was the case, then that was just too much. They were extremely indignant and felt that Lin Fan was a little too arrogant. Thus, after they left, they started to promote the existence of Martial Path Mountain. Of course, naturally, they couldn't promote how strong Martial Path Mountain was and how overbearing they were. What would he do if she was scared to death? So, what they promoted was that Martial Path Mountain had obtained a treasure. That day, they saw a light cover the entire sky, so how could it be a normal treasure? As for other people asking them about Martial Path Mountain's strength, naturally, they said that it was just so and that it wasn't much. Anyway, in their words, it was really simple and obvious. If they could lie to one person, then that was good. Whoever could kill people from Martial Path Mountain was the best. Especially moon-gazing sect. The sect leader gave in too quickly. He told the disciples that a wise man didn't fight when the odds were against him. He didn't want them to sacrifice their lives for the sect at such a young age. All of them had a bright future. Cultivate well and in the future, take back the sect and step on Martial Path Mountain to make them repent for what they did that day. Moon-gazing sect leader was good with words and was good at influencing the atmosphere. Those disciples clenched their fists and unwillingness appeared in their eyes. However, they didn't lose hope for the future. Thus, some disciples teared up and said goodbye to the sect leader. They wanted to head out to train and fight in dangerous places to raise their cultivation. In the future, they would step on 7-colored clouds and hold treasures to kill their way back. Moon-gazing sect leader sent them off and heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he managed to bluff many more disciples away. He really wanted to keep them by his side. He couldn't support his daily expenses. It was good to be young, to have the heart to fight back against the unfairness of the world. People like him were already so old and had gotten over it. This world was a survival of the fittest and the weak had to be beaten up. It wasn't something that could be solved by being young and rash. The 4 alliances were in a war. The top sects joined in and a portion of mid-tier sects joined in. However, there were many sects who didn't dare to show their heads. If the top sects told them to join in, then they would. If not, they would hide their heads and not show their heads. Thus, only some normal sects were interested in the Martial Path Mountain that those people promoted. They were attracted by the treasures. As for the others, they weren't important. Imperial Dynasty. Your Majesty, the Alliance is really ambitious. They are attacking those sects so that our soldiers can charge. If this continues, it will be a huge loss for the Imperial Dynasty. Zhu Xiang reported. The Alliance headquarters wanted to attack some normal sects but no matter what they did, there would be casualties. King Wudong obviously knew what the Alliance was thinking. They wanted to slowly whittle down the strength of the Imperial Dynasty and not allow them to get stronger. But now that the Imperial Dynasty couldn't fight against the Alliance, even if such a thing happened, they could only accept it. Lu Xian said, General Zhu, casualties are inevitable. Zhu Xiang stared at Lu Xian in rage, casualties are inevitable but the Alliance headquarters is obviously sending the Imperial Dynasty to die. To attack a normal sect and send normal soldiers to charge, do you think that is appropriate? Normal sect experts were Grand Master and God Essence Realm. The strongest sect they faced was only at 5-element realm. To true experts, this realm wasn't strong, but to the soldiers of the Imperial Dynasty, he was like a ghost or a god. King Wudong didn't have many experts by his side. Even the helpers he roped in were only thinking about the benefits of the Imperial Dynasty. It was impossible for them to risk their lives. Strength, what they lacked was strength. Just at that moment, The alliance envoy arrived and realized that the atmosphere in the hall was really tense. He smiled, "King Wudong, did I disturb all of you?" King Wudong smiled, "No, why are you here?" The alliance envoy said, "Your Majesty, I am here to pass a message to you. The 3 sects that we have broken will be handed to you, but the 4 cities that we have reclaimed will belong to the alliance. This is the alliance's decision, so I am just here to inform you. If there is nothing else, then I will take my leave." The envoy came quickly and left quickly too. The hall was really silent. King Wudong's fingers grabbed the handle of the throne. As he used too much strength, his fingers turned white. To him, the alliance headquarters wanted to show their cards to the imperial dynasty. They wanted to tell them that they could do whatever they wanted and that the imperial dynasty had no right to reject them. Only by listening would they be able to live longer. What a bully. Zhu Xiang felt really frustrated. When he looked at Lu Xian, who was smiling, he really wanted to chop him to death. Lu Xian had joined the alliance long ago. "All of you, leave." King Wudong gritted his teeth. He suppressed the rage in his heart and waved his hands. The people in the hall looked at one another and then left slowly. King Wudong closed his eyes. He recalled that voice in his mind. "You will be back." Chapter 459. King Wudong rested on the throne. From the start till now, he knew that the throne wasn't easy to sit on. When he was still a carefree king, he didn't think about becoming the emperor. When he was young, his father told him that he wanted to sit on the throne. Although he was young, he knew that the throne wasn't suitable for him. His ability to take pressure was too weak. It was easy for his mind to collapse. This was why he agreed with his brother becoming the emperor. That was because if he had a good relationship with his brother, he would be able to have a more comfortable life. Today, his brother placed such a heavy burden on his shoulders. He only felt tired, really tired. Facing the alliance's threats, he really didn't know what to do. He felt like he could collapse at any moment. The rage was real and he couldn't hide it. Maybe only rage could vent the unhappiness in his heart. If he became the new emperor, the alliance wouldn't do anything to the imperial dynasty. They would just bully him. But for now, they wouldn't destroy the imperial dynasty. After all, he was rebelling. No matter whether or not it was real, to the outside world, he was really rebelling. But if he let his nephew inherit the throne, he would have died to the alliance. That night, King Wudong came to the stone room and stepped in. He knew that he couldn't turn back. He needed power to solve everything in front of him. He stood at the entrance of the stone room and looked into the darkness. There seemed to be a demon smiling there. "I know that you can speak. I need power, absolute power. Nothing will fall from the sky. If you have any requests, then just say it." King Wudong hollered. His voice reverberated in the stone room. He hesitated but very quickly, he tossed it aside. Since he was here, he knew that he couldn't turn back. If he turned back, he would lose. He wouldn't even be able to fight back against the alliance. "You are back." Not long later, a voice spread out from the coffin. King Wudong frowned like he had been slapped in the face. Moreover, it was quite a heavy slap, like he was being slapped left and right. That person was right, he was back. There is no need to feel confused and lost. Evil God Masaki Shinfeng understands you better than yourself. Your heart is telling me what you need but you just don't want to believe it. Come over and take me out. Let me feel your heart. Evil God's voice was filled with temptation as he slowly tempted King Wudong. King Wudong was expressionless. He knew what he needed and the evil god was his only hope. He knew that he was making a deal with the evil god and that he would be doomed. But even if he had to pay a huge price, he had to do it. He opened the sarcophagus and took out the evil god's statue that was only as long as an arm. Oh! I can feel it. There is evil hidden in your heart. As expected, only evil people would come here. The justice you think is just your disguise. The voice of the evil god seemed to come from the netherworld. Stop talking so much nonsense. You just need to tell me what you want. King Wudong said coldly. He didn't want to interact too much with evil gods. The evil god chuckled. Didn't I say it last time? The fresh blood of 10 children, you can go now. As long as you complete my request, I will give you what you want. King Wudong struggled and hesitated. He then left without turning his head. Wait for me. Not long after, King Wudong brought 10 kids over. Father, where is this place? Father, I am so tired. I want to sleep. King Wudong struggled and his eyes were bloodshot. He said softly, as the children of the royal family, you have a natural responsibility. The royal family needs you, so you should learn to give. His children didn't understand what he said. They just felt that his father was weird. Why did he say all this? You are really quick. It seems like when you need strength, everyone will become decisive and efficient. You are such a person. Evil God smiled. Although Evil God was just a statue, it gave King Wudong a feeling that the dark stone room was filled with Evil God eyes. King Wudong looked at the statue. I hope you can keep your promise. Evil God said, don't worry, I have always kept my promise. King Wudong gritted his teeth. His hand that was holding the sword trembled. He hesitated and in the end, he closed his eyes. When he opened them once more, his eyes were filled with determination and coldness. He raised the sword in his hand and stabbed down. Children, I am sorry. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Puchi. The sword pierced his chest and he fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed out. Father, don't kill me. Father, Puchi. Puchi. The stone room was really silent. It was so quiet that only King Wudong's breathing could be heard. There was also the fresh blood that flowed down from the sword. King Wudong's eyes were filled with blood and tears flowed down his face. He raised his head, Evil God, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Evil God didn't say anything. After a long while, Evil God's voice spread out. Vicious, you really are vicious. I just need fresh blood and not life. You are really amazing. Ha ha ha, I like it, I like your viciousness. Evil God laughed. But truthfully, he was stunned. Although being an evil god was inhumane, even an evil god would have to think twice before killing a bunch of his sons just because of a disagreement. Quang Dang. The sword fell from King Wudong's hand. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. You played me. Evil God said, I didn't play you. You are the one who made a mistake. I didn't say that I wanted life, but I only said fresh blood. You. King Wudong clenched his fists and his palms turned green. Okay, but now it is time for you to fulfill your promise. The fresh blood on the ground seemed to be attracted and flowed onto the evil god statue. Instantly, the evil god statue gave off a weird red light. You want strength, but I can't help you. But I can help you raise your strength quickly. Feel it, your future will start to change. At that moment, a red light exploded from the evil god statue. Like a Milky Way, it instantly covered King Wudong. Ah! King Wudong screamed in pain. His body felt like it was about to be ripped apart. Pain, it was really painful. His heart buzzed and it felt like it had stopped beating. His mind was in a mess. There was a loud explosion. King Wudong's head fell to the ground and he lost consciousness. Kakik, evil god laughed. His smile was dark and terrifying. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. King Wudong felt a splitting headache like his head was about to be ripped apart. Son, King Wudong sat up. Sweat flowed down and soaked his clothes. He panted heavily. When the person serving at the side saw that, he walked up. "Your Majesty." King Wudong reached out and told him not to come over. But suddenly, what terrified him was that his 5 fingers turned into 5 black tentacles that stabbed into his body. Gulp! Gulp! In the blink of an eye, the eunuch disappeared from King Wudong's eyes like he had never appeared before. King Wudong lowered his head and looked at his palm. His pupils constricted like he had seen a ghost. How did this happen? What happened? Why did this happen? He thought back to the evil god statue. He fainted in the stone room, so why did he appear here? Shortly after, he felt that there was more power in his body. This power came from the outside, but it merged with him to strengthen his body. At that moment, he thought back to what evil god said to him. He couldn't give you absolute power, but he could let you gain it quickly. Is this method to steal other people's power? King Wudong was in deep thought and he felt like he had fallen into a deep abyss. But he needed power now. Only by being strong could he fight against the alliance and break free from their control. But when he thought about how his 10 sons died in his hands, his heart was filled with deep guilt. "Sons, I won't let you die for nothing." King Wudong's eyes shone fiercely like he had already decided on something. Since that was the case, then he would use this strength to revive the imperial dynasty, chase the alliance out, and suppress those top sections. Once everything succeeded, he would hand the imperial dynasty to his nephew. He wasn't prepared to continue living. 100 miles away from Marshall Path Mountain, a bunch of factions gathered together. They were all duped over and called themselves Marshall Slaying Alliance. Actually, to be more direct, all of them wanted to get the treasure from Marshall Path Mountain. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a mustache said, "What dogs hit Marshall Path Mountain? Once I get there, I will use my horse-slaying technique to slice him into pieces. Don't fight with me for it, otherwise, I will turn on all of you." Why are you so arrogant? Do you think you can kill anyone with your broken blade technique? Forget it, I won't argue with you. My request is simple. If Marshall Path Mountain has women, they are all mine and none of you are allowed to snatch them. I want that territory. I want silver and nothing else. If there really is a treasure, then we will sell him and split the money. If anyone tries to play tricks, then don't blame us for being vicious. Marshall Slaying Alliance had many people and dozens of experts. They didn't even reach Marshall Path Mountain and didn't fight with them before they split the items. As for whether or not the person who spread the news of Marshall Path Mountain coming wasn't important. To them, those people were just dogs that lost their homes, and even if they came, they would just lose face. That night, a bunch of people finally came to the foot of Marshall Path Mountain. Everyone sized it up and realized that this Marshall Path Mountain wasn't much. There wasn't even a single disciple guarding the gate. Everyone exchanged glances with one another and saw the smile in their eyes. What kind of sect could such a sect be considered a sect? Look, there is a pig there. Are all of you hungry? Why not eat a pig to replenish some strength so that we can chop people up? That makes sense. Who will capture the pig? Let me do it. I am familiar with this and can tell right away that it is a male pig. As long as I imitate the sound of a female pig, it will definitely be attracted over. Look at me. A burly man walked out and put his hands to his mouth. Kiki. If a pig could talk, what else could it be other than a monster? Run. Instantly, a bunch of them ran. Some of them stayed on the spot and their greed exploded out. A pig that can talk, it definitely isn't a normal pig. Let's capture it. Who cares about Marshall Path Mountain? Just this pig is enough for us to earn a huge sum. Those who are timid will starve to death, and those who are bold will be stuffed to death. What are you hesitating for? Don't be afraid, capture him. These people were really bold and didn't think so much as they pounced towards Zhu Shen. Zhu Xin's title was the top blade of the imperial dynasty in the past, and he wasn't a good person. Especially after he turned into a pig, his mentality collapsed. Now that someone was provoking him, how could he take it? You are asking to die. Zhu Xin raised his leg and stomped down. The space around sunk and a huge pressure struck them. To those people, it felt like their bodies were under a huge pressure. It instantly shattered and a pool of blood splattered across the sky, dyeing the entire area red. You dare to cause trouble in Martial Path Mountain with just this bit of strength. You are just asking to die. Zhu Xin took a look and turned around. He twisted his butt and walked up the mountain. Although the pig body was small, it contained huge strength and wasn't something that could be suppressed by these people. As for those who fled, he didn't care and allowed them to leave. In the distance, the bunch of people who fled raised their heads and looked into the distance. To them, there weren't any screams, but they saw the sky covered in blood. How terrifying, how cruel. Those bastards lied to them that this place wasn't safe and that it was dangerous. Martial Path Mountain was really terrifying. What was the point of thinking so much now? Run. Zhu Xin heard a lot of news from the outside world. It was similar to what he knew. The battle between Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance was really intense, and even Buddha Alliance and Monster Alliance joined in. At the same time, the Imperial Dynasty worked with the Alliance to clear out the normal sects and expand. But he also wanted to find out where Master Lin was. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything this time and didn't even have any news. The situation is a little complicated and chaotic. It is a disaster for normal people. Zhu Xin underestimated. He didn't defend the border for any reason other than to acknowledge Lin Wani and follow him to fight against the Alliance. But many of the people there hoped to protect the normal people behind them so that they wouldn't face a disaster. But he also heard that those people who retreated from the border were all hiding. Occasionally, when they had a chance, they would deal a destructive blow to the Alliance. But it was really difficult to find them. Lin Fan didn't sleep and laid outside to rest. When he saw Zhu Xin return, he asked leisurely, "Did something happen at the foot of the mountain?" Zhu Xin replied, "A bunch of fools who came from nowhere squatted outside Martial Path Mountain. I dealt with them and they probably won't come again." Oh. Lin Fan didn't ask and just looked at the night sky. "Zhu Xin, look at the moon. Isn't it big and round? It is really beautiful." Zhu Xin raised his head and blinked. Beautiful? Village? No, it should be called City of Darkness. It was a village that Lin Fan passed by and snatched their statues. In the end, he became the true god of the villagers. At that moment, there was movement outside the village. Several people sped about. "Old Master, Little Miss, there is a village ahead. Let's hide there and we will definitely be able to break free." They came from a family in a certain city. Due to the Alliance, they were chased and many of their people died. Only a few of them managed to escape. Xiao. Suddenly, a cold light slashed through the sky and struck the person who spoke. With a pucci, his arm was sliced off. "You aboriginals sure are fast. However, what's the use of being fast? We'll still catch up to you in the end." Several people walked out from the darkness with cold smiles on their faces. To them, this was like a game of cat and mouse. They would play with them for a while and when they were sick of it, they would deal the final blow. "Old Master, Little Miss, leave. The rest of you follow me." A battle erupted. The battle was really intense and it ended really quickly. The one who called himself an old servant was beaten until he vomited blood and fainted. The old master and young mistress did not leave and also participated in the battle. However, at this moment, they were on the verge of collapsing. Just as they were about to faint, they saw an old man with a hunched back slowly walking out of the village. They lost all their senses and fainted. Who knew how long passed? Ah! Shui Jinru opened her eyes and screamed in panic. She remembered that they were in despair and were about to be killed at any moment. Later on, he faintly saw a figure walking out of the village, and then he lost consciousness. "Father," she shouted in panic but didn't get a reply. She looked around and realized that she was in a foreign house. Was he saved by someone? She got up and carefully pushed the door open. Shortly after, she heard her father's voice and ran over. "Father, are you okay?" Shui Zhong shook his head. "I am okay, we were probably saved. However, let's not talk about that." At that moment, Shui Jinru noticed that in the center of the village, many villagers were kneeling with their palms pressed together like they were praying. Silent, there was no sound at all. "Father, they seem to be kowtowing to that statue," Shui Jinru said softly. Shui Zhong nodded his head. A secluded village would worship some weird things. Maybe that is the village's totem. "Old master, that old man isn't simple," the one who called himself an old servant said softly. He sensed a terrifying aura from that old man. Although he retracted it, the aura he gave off made him panic. Shui Zhong was stunned and nodded his head. He thought about some things. Many experts like to live in unassuming places and pretend to be normal people. Perhaps they had met such a person and were saved by him. If that was the case, maybe this was a chance. After a long while, those people who were kneeling on the ground slowly got up. Shui Zhong stepped forward and said respectfully, "Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Words cannot express my gratitude. Please accept my bow." The village chief was stunned like he couldn't react. What were these people doing? Why was there a need to be so polite? The village chief's stunned expression made Shui Zhong confirm that the old man in front of him was definitely an expert. "Last night, I heard some sounds outside the village and came out to take a look. I saw all of you lying there, so I brought you back. You need to be careful outside, but don't worry, the people here are simple. If you don't have anything urgent, you can stay here for a period of time," the village chief said. Shui Zhong replied. It was good to stay here for a period of time. There was an expert here, so there was nowhere safer than here. "Senior, may I ask where is this place?" The village chief said, "This is Darkness City and the villagers here are all normal people. We are protected by God, so this place is really safe." Shui Zhong felt a little dizzy and confused. That was because Senior's words shocked him. Protected by God? What was that? Chapter 461. There was a reason why Shui Zhong was stunned. To him, the village chief was definitely an expert who lived here in seclusion and lived like a normal person. But now that Senior said that they were protected by the god, how could he accept that? Damn! What was going on? The village chief saw his confusion and smiled warmly. He pointed at the statue in the village, "That is the god in our hearts, the darkness chief god. Our village worships him for generations to allow our village to have good weather." No, the chief god said that in the future, this isn't a village but a city of darkness. Shui Zhong wanted to see if there was anything wrong with the other party's expression. But regretfully, the village chief's expression was like that of a crazy believer and one couldn't tell that he was faking it at all. Shui Jinru said, "Chief, last night we were chased. Who knows where those people went?" The village chief said, "Those people have left this place according to the will of the god and won't appear again. Don't worry, although we won't be able to give you a luxurious life in Darkness City, we can ensure your safety. It is late and I have to get back to work. If you have nothing to do, you can go take a look. This place isn't big and there aren't many villagers, but they are all friendly and there won't be any danger." After saying this, the village chief smiled and walked into the distance. After the village chief left, Shui Jinru was shocked. "Father, this place is so weird. Do you think it is safe for us to stay here?" "Haze, although this place is weird, at least it is safe. If he really wanted to harm us, he wouldn't have healed us and we could only stay here. Shui Zhong said. He then thought about something and said with a vicious expression, "Those damn alliance." He could only say some vicious words. As for the rest, he didn't know what to say. There were some things that they couldn't go against. The old servant who had been staying by his side said, "Master, since we can meet a hidden expert here, it means that there is a chance placed in front of us. If Miss can take him as her master, she will definitely be able to revive the family in the future. Even if it's to avenge the madams, it won't be a problem." Speaking of the madams, Shui Zhong's heart hurt. Only the few of them escaped from the Shui family. The others all died at the hands of the alliance. However, he was right. This was indeed an opportunity. Daughter, the opportunity is right in front of you. If you can take him as your master, the future of the Shui family will be rewritten. Shui Zhong said. Shui Jinru was troubled. "Father, that senior said that he was the village chief. It would be difficult for me to take him as my master." "No matter how difficult it is, we have to try. Let's take a look at the environment first." "Father will deal with it at night," Shui Zhong said. He would not give up this chance. If he missed it, it would no longer exist. The Shui family old servant was really strong, but he was only at God Essence realm. But in the hands of the alliance, he couldn't even take one strike and one of his arms was sliced off. Subsequently, they walked around the village, looking at the environment and the situation around them. The villagers were simple and honest. When they saw them, they smiled. Shui Jinru looked into the distance. There were two kids playing there, innocent and carefree. It had to be said that this place was indeed a paradise, and it was very difficult to be discovered. Suddenly, she saw the kite in the kid's hands fly into the sky. The kid wanted to grab it, but as it was too high, he couldn't. He was so anxious that he spun around on the spot. She wanted to help. But instantly, she saw a woman carrying a basket back. When she saw the kite in the sky, she floated up and took it down. Shui Jinru looked on in disbelief. She rubbed her eyes like she had seen wrongly. What was going on? That was a seemingly normal woman, but why did it feel like she was flying? That night, Shui Zhong and the others came to the chief's house and knocked on the door. "Senior, are you asleep?" Very quickly, the door opened from the inside. The chief asked curiously, "Is there a problem?" He felt that these outsiders who were saved were really weird. When they saw him, they called him senior. But he was just a normal villager. Although he was the chief, he wasn't a senior. "Senior, if you are not busy, can you let us in?" Shui Zhong asked. No, come in." The chief was really confused. He really didn't understand what was going on and didn't know what was going on. The decorations in the house were really simple and one couldn't see the elegance of an expert at all. There were even farming tools placed at the corner. Things like chessboards, tea sets, books, etc. There were no hidden items that an expert should have. Shui Zhong didn't care about that. Instead, because of that, he was even more certain of his thoughts. The person in front of him was definitely an expert. He was also an expert amongst experts. It was obvious that he gave up everything in the past to live here. They were lucky to meet such an expert. If his daughter could become his disciple, she would definitely be able to revive the Shui family. Putong. The chief was prepared to pour tea for the few guests. When he heard that sound, he turned his head. When he saw the guests kneeling on the ground, he was terrified. He hurriedly helped them up. "What are you all doing? Get up, get up." He was just the village chief of an ordinary village. He was really just an ordinary person. Now that a group of guests were kneeling down, the village chief, who was already old and had never seen the world, was shocked. Shui Zhong insisted on kneeling on the ground. "Senior, can you listen to me?" The chief felt that if he didn't speak, he might really kneel for a long time. Speak. Shuizhong didn't hide anything and told him about their background. For example, they faced the alliance and many of their people died. Only they were alive and their families fought to the death to protect them. The chief was really kind, and when he heard that, he was so touched that he cried. They lived here and didn't fight with the rest of the world. If not for the protection of the gods, the entire village would have died. This was why he could understand how he felt. Shuizhong saw Senior cry and thought that Senior was definitely a sentimental person. Senior, this is my daughter. I don't have any other intentions. I just hope that Senior can take my Shui family into account and take her as a disciple and teach her the martial path. In the future, if there is a chance, she can also revive the family. Shuizhong's expression was emotional as he kowtowed and shouted. The chief didn't know what to do. Taken a disciple. What did that mean? Guys, I am really just a normal villager and not the senior that all of you call me. All of you, please get up. The chief said. Shuizhong shook his head. Senior, if you don't agree, we will kneel and not get up. Please save our Shui family and give us one last bit of hope. The chief exclaimed, it isn't that I don't want to agree, but I am really just a normal villager and not the senior that all of you call me. You want this girl to be my disciple, but I have nothing to teach her. The situation now was a little complicated. The chief wasn't lying, he was really just a normal villager. Shuizhong and the others weren't wrong. The chief was a really strong expert. Senior, I know that an expert like you won't casually take in disciples, but you can test her. Shuizhong felt that it was really difficult to take an expert as a disciple. But he believed that sincerity could move metal and stone. As long as he was determined, he would be able to move him. Senior, it is late, so we won't disturb your rest. Shuizhong knew his limits. It was already late at night, and even if he wanted to take him as a disciple, he had to let him rest. If he made him unhappy, then it wouldn't be worth it. The chief looked at Shuizhong and the others with a stunned expression. His words were still the same. I am really just a normal person and not the senior that all of you call me. Even if he took her as a disciple, he didn't know what he could teach her. Of course, he could tell her the secrets of farming. Senior, rest early. Sorry for disturbing you. Shuizhong said and then closed the door for him. Outside. A cold wind blew. Shuizhong said, Daughter, this matter isn't so easy, but you have to hold on. It is hard to meet an expert, and if you meet one, you have to grab the chance. If you miss it, you will really miss it and there won't be another chance in the future. Shui Jinru nodded. Father, I understand. She knew what kind of burden she had on her. She was the only young person alive in the Shui family, so all the pressure was on her. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Kneel at his door and let him know your determination. If 1 day isn't enough, then 2. If 2 days aren't enough, then kneel until he takes you in as a disciple. I believe that you will be able to move him. Shuizhong said firmly. It was tough to find a master, but it was even tougher to find a hidden expert. It definitely wasn't easy. Shui Jinru nodded her head. She knew that this was the only chance, so without her father telling her, she knew what to do. As for Shuizhong and the others, naturally, they went back to sleep. They were too practical and made one feel helpless. The next day. The chief woke up early. When he opened the door and saw someone kneeling outside, he was shocked. Why was there someone kneeling there for no reason? The chief explained to her, but no matter how he explained, she didn't believe him. He didn't know what to say. Shui Jinru was sure that this was a test for her. If she couldn't even pass such a small test, how could she have the right to become his disciple? Every morning, the chief would bring the villagers to kneel in front of the statue and pray. If Lin Fan was here, he would be able to see endless faith flowing towards the depths of the void like a galaxy. Shui Zhong knew that his daughter had knelt there for an entire night, but Senior didn't agree. He knew that things weren't so simple. He had to continue working hard. But he was confused. Who was the statue that Senior was kneeling to? Did it represent something? Old Master, this is a long-term thing for little Mississippi. To move him, she has to show her sincerity. The old servant said. How could Shui Zhong not understand? He nodded his head. I believe my daughter. Many outsiders came to the village. To the villagers, there weren't many changes and it was still the same as usual. After a long while, a day of praying and worshipping ended. The chief carried his hoe and headed to the fields. Since the god came, the chief felt like his body was much stronger. He could jump really high and fly in the sky. The last time he waved his hoe, a piece of land disappeared in front of his eyes. He knew that this was the power that the god gave him, so he was careful and didn't dare to cause too much commotion. In the fields, the chief waved his hoe and did the work that he had to do every day. He was used to it, and if he didn't do it for a day, he would feel really uncomfortable. Shui Jinru looked on without blinking. She hoped that she could comprehend some top cultivation techniques from Senior's waving of the hoe. She knew many stories. For example, when Senior wanted to teach her skills, he wouldn't say it. He would just do some normal actions, but no one knew that there was a shocking technique hidden within. Shui Zhong and the others didn't disturb Senior and just looked on. After a long while, there was a loud explosion. Why hadn't anyone said that before? It was fake, it had to be fake. Such a thing couldn't have happened. The chief looked at the statue in respect and said, I know that all of you don't believe me, but you can ask the others in the village. They will tell you the same thing. If you want to obtain strength, you can let go of everything and believe in the darkness chief god. When you are loyal to a certain level, the god will give you strength. Shui Zhong. Shui family old servant. As for Shui Jinru, she was totally stunned by the chief's words. But in the end, they still looked towards the statue. Then, they looked towards the chief like they were communicating with each other. Really? It was definitely true. Okay, I believe you. Don't lie to us. Maybe Shui Zhong really believed him because he felt that the chief didn't seem like he was lying. Martial Path Mountain. I didn't expect that outsiders would come to the village. Interesting. Lin Fan knew what happened with the chief. As long as he had faith, there was nothing he didn't know. But what nearly made Lin Fan laugh to death was that these people actually treated the chief as a senior and wanted to be his disciple. One had to say that these people really had their own thoughts. Hayes, life is really interesting. Lin Fan had already raised the limits of what young people could achieve by far, far too much. In the past, those who could reach Grandmaster realm at 20 could be said to be geniuses among geniuses. Now, not to mention Grandmaster, even 5-element realm was normal. As for Dao realm, one day in the future, it would be really normal. To raise the level to a certain level alone, how were the geniuses of the top sects supposed to survive? They basically didn't need to. They could just shout 666 from the side. The chief god system was decent and it was the best way to create experts. As long as he continued to increase his strength, then the people who believed in him would also reach a terrifying level. That was strength that others might not even be able to obtain even if they risked their lives. Today, Lin Fan wasn't in a rush to expand his territory. He was prepared to head to the 4 alliances to take a look. He didn't know how they were fighting and whether or not they were fighting with their lives on the line. The key was that he needed rage points to raise his cultivation. Dao Realm Stage 3 was strong enough. However, what he wanted was to crush his opponent, not to be evenly matched with his opponent. In his opinion, that would be embarrassing enough. Chapter 462. Young Master Lin, you can't do that. The four alliances are in chaos and there are many battles. Moreover, you are wanted by the four alliances. If you head over, won't you just be jumping into a trap? Zhu Shen felt that young Master Lin was really bold. He really wanted to ask Lin Fan why he was so outstanding but didn't break his back. Lin Fan said calmly, "Who said that I am jumping into a trap? You should say that I am adding oil to the fire and helping them to make the war even more intense." That was what he was really thinking. Zhu Shen didn't agree with young Master Lin's choice, but there was nothing he could do. From the start till now, he wanted to ask young Master Lin if he had listened to his suggestions at all. No, he definitely hadn't. If he had listened to it once, he would have been so grateful that he would have teared up. Lin Fan didn't say much to Zhu Shen. Although Zhu Shen was known as the top blade of the imperial dynasty, he was really timid and worried about everything. He felt like everything was dangerous. Even so, he couldn't hope that Lin Fan would support him. When Go Zi learned that young master was heading out, he wanted to chase after young master. He wanted to take care of young master outside and not stay in Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan didn't agree to Go Zi following. There was no need. Although Go Zi was strong, the gap between him and true experts was huge. So, it was best if he just stayed in Martial Path Mountain. A few days later, a figure shuttled through the dimension. After that, he stepped out of the dimension and floated in the air, staring into the distance. He could sense that there were ripples in the void far away. It was like the waves of the ocean, layer after layer, continuously surging over. After Lin Fan left Martial Path Mountain, he headed straight for the four alliances. Based on the strength of the ripples, their cultivations were decent and they should be around Dao Realm Stage 1. He didn't sense any ripples in the dimension and only felt that the space around him was shattering. For those who were not very strong, they would definitely crawl and run away from this place in fear. After all, in their eyes, this was completely terrifying to the extreme. But to Lin Fan, this sort of battle was way too ordinary. Lin Fan headed into the distance to take a look at the situation. The reason why Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance were able to fight was because of him, so he had to take care of them. Hung Long. A rumbling sound came from between heaven and earth. Although the ripples from the battle weren't able to break the dimension, one could see that the dimension fluctuations were really strong. It was obvious that both sides were just a step away from Dao Realm Stage 2 dimension control. Lin Fan did not hide as he floated in the air and looked at the situation in the distance. It was just as he thought. A fierce fight broke out among a group of people. Could it be that when they were fighting earlier, someone had been hiding in the surroundings, waiting for the moment when both sides were injured, and then coming out to finish them off? Their impression of Lin Fan instantly fell and they started to think that he was a cunning person. If Lin Fan knew what they were thinking, he would definitely holler in rage. Scram! He was standing there openly and all of them were blind. They actually said that he was cunning. What a bunch of beasts! Lin Fan looked at Evil Spirit Old Ancestor helplessly. "Old fellow, how did you find me?" Evil Spirit Old Ancestor's eyes turned red and he gritted his teeth. "Kid, hand over the blood lotus." Originally, it was really tough for Evil Spirit Old Ancestor to find the blood lotus that he had lost. But when he passed the border, he smelled a familiar scent. That was the smell of the blood lotus. Thus, he didn't hesitate at all. Naturally, he tore open the dimension and struck. When he followed the scent, he saw the person he hated the most. It was the bastard who stole his blood lotus. It is gone. Lin Fan opened his arms to express that he was helpless. He wanted the blood lotus so there was nothing he could do. "Nonsense, return the blood lotus to me." Evil Spirit Old Ancestor hollered. How would he believe Lin Fan's words? Lin Fan touched his stomach. "Really, there is no need for me to lie to you. The blood lotus that you need is indeed on me but I am already here. However, I must say that your blood lotus was indeed very good. It tasted sweet and sour, and I can still recall the aftertaste even now. Thinking about Go Z's craftsmanship, it was really not bad. He was able to make one blood lotus into 2 delicacies. If the blood lotus wasn't limited in size, he might have been able to make even more delicacies. What did you say? Evil spirit old ancestor saw Lin Fan touch his stomach and for some reason, he panicked. Sweat dripped down from his forehead. He thought about something terrifying, but he shook his head to toss such a terrifying thought to the back of his head. Impossible. That was definitely impossible. This kid was definitely speaking nonsense. Lin Fan said, I have already said it clearly. I have already eaten the blood lotus that you want to get back. After he said that, he noticed that evil spirit old ancestor's eyes were a little lost and then filled with disbelief. He could only say firmly, really, I won't lie to you. I really ate it. Why don't we just forget it? You can go find another blood lotus. Evil spirit old ancestor's pupils constricted and the white of his eyes turned red. His throat moved like there was a beast hiding within that was about to explode out. You are lying to me. Lin Fan shook his head, I really am not. There is no benefit to lying to you. You really ate it, so you should just leave. Stop shouting at me. I really don't want to kill you, but if you continue to shout at me, I might not be able to help but beat you to death. He wasn't the Lin Fan who liked to fight and kill in the past. He was willing to give anyone who dared to be rude to him a chance to live. From then until now, who knew how many chances he had given? Those people made him feel really happy. They all cherished such a rare chance. But now, an old fellow who didn't cherish it appeared. At that moment, the Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance members felt that the situation was a little weird. When Evil Spirit Old Ancestor appeared, the Evil Alliance members were pumped up. But slowly, they realized that the situation wasn't right. Until now. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor didn't even look at them. Suddenly, the Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance members felt that the air around became much thicker and it became really suppressive. It was as if they couldn't breathe. You jerk! Evil Spirit Old Ancestor hollered. An invisible aura spread out like a wave, shaking the area wave after wave. At that moment, the sky turned upside down and the wind and clouds surged. When a Dao Realm Stage 6 expert was angered, it wasn't something that normal people could imagine. Old Ancestor, we are from the Evil Alliance. Old Ancestor, please retract your aura. The people from the Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance in the distance felt like a 10,000-ton mountain was pressing down on them. Their bones started to creak, and if this continued, they would be crushed to death by Evil Spirit Old Ancestor's aura. But what a waste. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor didn't care about their pleas at all. The rage in Evil Spirit Old Ancestor's heart couldn't be extinguished. His mind was filled with the thought that his blood lotus had actually been eaten. Damn kid, I am going to fight you to the death. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor hollered in rage. He turned into a streak of light and slashed towards Lin Fan. It was as if he wasn't going to stop until he killed Lin Fan. Lin Fan frowned and was slightly unhappy. You are asking to die. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Chapter 463. He didn't expect Evil Spirit Old Ancestor to be so arrogant. He didn't hold him in any regard at all. Did he forget that when they first met, a bunch of people chased him and they couldn't do anything to him? Kid, I am going to turn your bones to dust and send you into the abyss for all eternity. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor hollered. His aura rose up and formed a power current. The space around him shook and shattered like it was the end of the world. Lin Fan looked at him and didn't care about him at all. Turn my bones to dust? You are really vicious. Let's see whether or not you have the ability to do so. The moment he said this, Lin Fan punched and a bright light shone from his fist. In an instant, a pillar of light roared out, shattering the space and covering evil spirit old ancestor. There was a loud explosion. The fist light was really eye-catching and it was unstoppable. The Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance members were terrified. They felt like the sky had turned into a raging ocean and they were like pitiful boats that swayed left and right like they could be flipped at any moment. Evil spirit old ancestor's eyes opened wide and he felt like a sky-tearing power was heading towards him. He didn't dare to believe that this kid was actually so terrifying. Even if he knew that this kid was strong, he definitely didn't expect it to be like this. Pang! Evil spirit old ancestor took in a deep breath and raised his hand to block. A vast power surged out but when it clashed with Lin Fan's fist light, it instantly exploded. The Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance members were astonished. Just the ripples from the battle felt like their bodies were about to be ripped apart. The pain was like the tip of a blade slicing down on their bodies. Leave, such a battle isn't something we can handle. Even the ripples can rip us apart. Who is this person? How is he on the same level as Evil Spirit Old Ancestor? Wait, I remember who he is. He seems to be a wanted person. To the Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance members, their battle was just a normal one. Originally, the battle between them was just a normal battle. Although they wanted to determine a victor, it was definitely not a battle to the death. However, the current situation was not right. It wasn't a battle to the death. Even if they wanted to live, it depended on whether or not Lin Fan gave them a chance. Old man, don't go overboard. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you continue to be so arrogant, you will die. Lin Fan said. Evil spirit old ancestor didn't expect Lin Fan to be so terrifying. There was a cracking sound. A soft sound spread forth. This was the sound of evil spirit old ancestor straightening the bones in his arm. Careless, really careless. Evil spirit old ancestor definitely wouldn't admit that he was weaker than Lin Fan. He just felt that he had underestimated Lin Fan and suffered a small loss. Brat, this old man can't wait to cut you into pieces. When he thought about how his blood lotus was eaten by Lin Fan, a ball of rage burned in his heart. Then, his expression turned ferocious and his eyes filled with rage. You will die today. When he said these words, his unbearable killing intent filled the entire world. Even the people from the immortal and evil alliances, who had already fled far away, felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their entire bodies felt cold from head to toe, and their fiery hearts seemed to have frozen, losing all of their previous vitality. Really? Since you're so confident, I'll give you a chance. He then curled his finger towards evil spirit old ancestor in a humiliating manner. He wanted to see whether or not evil spirit old ancestor could kill him and not just talk nonsense. Damn! Evil spirit old ancestor was furious. He had never met such an arrogant person. Instantly, the terrifying power in his body started to boil. The sky was affected and it turned dark. In the dark sky, a black demon dragon rolled about. Brat, receive this old man's wrath. There was a loud explosion. The heavens and earth rumbled incessantly, and the entire firmament was completely tumbling. A horrifying aura descended from the heavens and enveloped Lin Fan instantly. Interesting. Lin Fan hollered. Dao patterns appeared in his body and gathered on his fist. At that moment, a 10,000-foot light covered the sky. He punched forwards and opened up a brand new path in the sky. When the fist light and the demon dragon clashed, time seemed to have stopped. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying shockwave spread out. The people from the Celestial and Evil Alliances thought that they were safe, but very quickly, they realized that they were thinking too much. They could see the terrifying shockwave from afar. They wanted to flee but it was as if their legs were stuck in the air and it was tough for them to even move. Ah! Screams spread out. When the shockwave ravaged their bodies, they came back to their senses. How terrifying was that? Even Dao Realm Stage 1 found it hard to take, much less those who were only at Domain Realm or not. Old Ancestor, please spare me. Old Ancestor, save me. The Evil Alliance people were about to go mad. Why did this happen? They were all on the same side, so how could he treat them like that? But Evil Spirit Old Ancestor didn't care about them at all. He locked his eyes on Lin Fan and didn't care about whether or not people around would die. The Evil Alliance people cursed. Damn evil spirit, they were on the same side, so why did he have to do that? To the Celestial Alliance people, they were about to collapse. The gap between their strengths was just too huge and they had no way to fight back at all. Old man, your strength is indeed not bad, but this alone is not enough. Lin Fan said calmly. In the past, when he faced Dao Realm Stage 6 experts, he could only flee. Your physical body cultivation has actually reached such a realm. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor knew that Lin Fan was only at Dao Realm Stage 3. But it was weird. He was only at Stage 3, but the power that exploded out wasn't something that someone at Stage 3 could deal with. Even with his Dao Realm Stage 6 cultivation, he was actually unable to take him down. Dual cultivation has reached Stage 3, but I haven't reached my goal. Lin Fan was filled with regret. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor couldn't accept such words. His lips twitched. He really wanted to beat this kid to death. Why did such an arrogant person have to appear here? There was nothing he could do about it. But Lin Fan's words made Evil Spirit Old Ancestor wary. He reached Dao Realm Stage 3 at such a young age and was a dual cultivator. If he continued to develop like this, the outcome would be catastrophic. He had to kill him here. He couldn't allow this to continue, otherwise, there would be endless problems in the future. The Alliance headquarters leaked news of this kid to the 4 alliances so that they could kill this kid. They thought that the Alliance wanted to use them to kill him. Now, it seemed like even if the Alliance didn't leak this matter, as long as the 4 alliances found out that this kid was weird, they would stop at nothing to kill him. From the looks of it, you must be thinking about something. Actually, there's no need to think too much about it. Let's fight then. Let's continue. I'll let you see just how strong I am. With your current strength, it's a complete dream for you to kill me. As a rich family young master, naturally, he didn't like to fight and left everything to others. But now, his desire to fight was high. He just wanted to beat someone up to calm himself down. Chapter 464. At that moment, Lin Fan gripped his fists tightly as his inner and outer dual cultivation state burst forth completely. A ripple that could affect the entire heavens swept out. ZZ. The strong power rubbed against the space and created many thin currents. With Lin Fan as the center, the space around him seemed to become extremely hot. This power, Evil Spirit Old Ancestor's expression was solemn and he could sense how terrifying this power was. He didn't dare to be careless. He didn't understand how this kid cultivated. For him to reach such a realm at such a young age, that was just too terrifying. Suddenly, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor looked around warily. Instantly, he sensed the space around him shake. He didn't say anything more and just raised his hand to slap the air. The power of this palm was terrifying. Lin Fan did walk out from the dimension. He punched forwards and clashed with Evil Spirit Old Ancestor's palm, causing huge ripples. Nowadays, most people cultivated their cultivation realms. Very few people cultivated their physical bodies. The explosion of Lin Fan's dual cultivation system was the most terrifying. Especially since his Dao patterns had reached a terrifying 90. How could someone at Dao Realm Stage 3 have that? Pang! Evil Spirit Old Ancestor retreated. In terms of strength, he wasn't Lin Fan's match at all. When he wanted to say something. But he realized that Lin Fan didn't stop. Instead, he appeared viciously on the other side. "Old man, prepare for my storm-like attacks." Lin Fan hollered and clenched his fists. An ancient beast image appeared behind him and it roared in rage. Its aura was really shocking as it smashed its fists onto evil spirit old ancestor's body. Pang! There was a loud explosion. A terrifying aura exploded and the entire area felt like it was being ripped into half by the shockwave. Lin Fan looked below and thought to himself that evil spirit old ancestor should be furious. As a Dao Realm Stage 6 expert, it was such an embarrassing thing for him to be unable to defeat a Dao Realm Stage 3 expert. However, these were all normal operations. After all, he was facing someone as strong as him. Lin Fan then charged down and was prepared to beat up evil spirit old ancestor. Suddenly, Lin Fan frowned and sensed a dark and heavy aura explode. Something was about to appear from the thick dust on the ground. In an instant, a gigantic black hand broke through the dust and grabbed Lin Fan in its palm. The palm was way too huge, and Lin Fan was like a tiny ant. "Kid, you've gone too far." An angry roar could be heard. Evil spirit old ancestor was infuriated by Lin Fan. How could a Dao Realm Stage 6 expert like him take such a beating? Immediately after, a towering demon god appeared between heaven and earth. This was evil spirit old ancestor's phenomenon of heaven and earth. His body swelled to the extreme and he had the ability to destroy heaven and earth. "Die for this old man." Evil spirit old ancestor hollered. He waved his arms and smashed Lin Fan to the ground. He clenched his fingers and punched forwards. Kacha! The earth trembled, and countless cracks appeared on the ground, which then turned into deep ravines. Beams of light shot up into the sky from the ravines, capable of tearing everything apart. In the distance, the people from the immortal and evil alliances screamed as they died. Even in death, they had never imagined that they would die in the hands of their own people. But to evil spirit old ancestor, he didn't care about them at all. Maybe to him, their names were as insignificant as ants. "Kid, get up. Where is your arrogant attitude?" Evil spirit old ancestor's fists smashed into the ground, forming many deep holes. Normal Dao Realm Stage 3 experts, no, not to mention Dao Realm Stage 3, even Dao Realm Stage 5 experts would be turned into meat patties under such terrifying power. At this moment, evil spirit old ancestor was extremely furious. After losing the Blood Lotus, he felt like his life had become really lost and he didn't know what to do. Numerous years of hard work had been wasted just like that. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to take it. "Come on, let me see your ability. Get up, why is there no movement at all?" Evil spirit old ancestor hollered. His bloodshot eyes shone with a maniacal glow. "Pata! Eh!" Evil spirit old ancestor was shocked. The fist that was about to land didn't strike the ground like before, but it was blocked by something. "Oi, that's enough, old fellow." In the deep hole, Lin Fan, who was covered in dust, used one hand to block evil spirit old ancestor's fist. He raised his head and even if he couldn't see his expression, he knew that this old fellow was definitely excited. He felt like he was about to smash him into meat patties. "You! How is that possible?" Evil spirit old ancestor was astonished. He was already in such a state but Lin Fan was actually still alive. Moreover, from his tone, it seemed like he was perfectly fine. Lin Fan smiled, "Are you surprised?" "Actually, don't feel surprised. Truthfully, you are not bad. But to me, you are still a little lacking." Instantly, Lin Fan grabbed evil spirit old ancestor's fingers. With his back facing his body, he stepped forwards and with a terrifying shoulder throw. This was a difference in size and the gap was just too huge. Evil spirit old ancestor was stunned. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. He thought that he would be able to crush Lin Fan to death, but who knew that such a thing would actually happen? Impossible, evil spirit old ancestor hollered. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Lin Fan appeared in the sky and landed. His legs stepped onto evil spirit old ancestor's stomach. Dong! It was like the sound of water dripping onto the surface of a lake. Shortly after, evil spirit old ancestor's stomach instantly shriveled up like a terrifying power was pressing down on him. Poochie! Evil spirit old ancestor's eyes opened wide and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a loud explosion. His giant body fell to the ground and smashed out a giant hole. Kacha! The celestial embodiment of heaven and earth shattered like a mirror and floated into the air piece by piece. Damn! Evil spirit old ancestor was filled with disbelief and he was even in a frenzy. To him, the situation shouldn't have been like this. But now, everything that had happened, as well as the pain in his body, told him that everything was real. I am going to fight you to the death. Evil spirit old ancestor hollered and opened his fingers to grab Lin Fan. Even the dimension was ripped apart by those 5 fingers. If normal people were grabbed, their heads would have been separated from their bodies and they would have died tragically here. If you want to fight me to the death, that will depend on your ability. Lin Fan was really calm. He waved his arm and sword intent covered the sky. He pressed down and 10,000 swords landed. They all struck evil spirit old ancestor's body. Selah. Selah. The sword intent sliced his body and at the same time, it gave him an unstoppable pressure. Hung Long. Hung Long. A power that shook heaven and earth affected the entire space. Thick dust rose up and covered evil spirit old ancestor's celestial embodiment of heaven and earth. Lin Fan stood with his arms behind his back and waited quietly. Evil spirit old ancestor's cultivation was decent. But compared to him, there was still a gap. Very quickly, the dust dissipated. The celestial embodiment of heaven and earth also disappeared. Evil spirit old ancestor floated out of the deep hole covered in blood. His furious eyes locked onto Lin Fan. Maybe this was the revenge of killing his father. At the same time, evil spirit old ancestor was missing an arm which was sliced off by Lin Fan's sword intent. Io, what a waste. Why is an arm missing? Lin Fan smiled. It was just a normal move and there was nothing special about it. Evil spirit old ancestor panted and gritted his teeth. He gave out a low voice. The severed arm slowly grew back, and it was as good as new. But evil spirit old ancestor's face was slightly white. This was the special ability of Tao Realm Stage 6, Undying Body. Even if one's arm was cut off, it could grow back. Lin Fan envied these Tao Realm special abilities. It was a waste that he was only at Tao Realm Stage 3. Evil spirit, I have already told you that you are asking to die. Even if you regret it now, it is too late because you are going to end up in a tragic state. The moment he said this, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of evil spirit old ancestor. Pang! The moment he appeared, evil spirit old ancestor punched Lin Fan's chest. He laughed out loud, kid, although you are quick, I can still see, Pata. Kid, if not for my blood lotus being snatched by you, do you think that you would still be standing here? Evil spirit old ancestor hollered. Lin Fan blinked, so, you are blaming me? Evil spirit old ancestor took in a deep breath and had nothing to say. He pointed at Lin Fan and said viciously, just you wait. The moment he said this, evil spirit old ancestor ran right away. Lin Fan didn't stop him. He just gave a caring smile. Chapter 465. He didn't chase. Evil spirit old ancestor ran really quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he was far away. Only when he was sure that the kid didn't follow did he heave a sigh of relief. He didn't think that he couldn't beat the kid. He just didn't want to tire himself out. Damn kid, do you really think that I can't kill you? If I really go all out, I will teach you a lesson. Evil spirit old ancestor was furious and had never expected that he would face such a situation. His position in Evil Alliance was that of an ancestor, and no one dared to behave arrogantly in front of him. But the situation was a little complicated. He had personally tested the kid's strength, and it was indeed really terrifying. For someone at Tao Realm Stage 3 to have such strength was something that had never appeared in the world. He couldn't be left alive. If he didn't take him to heart, one day, a really terrifying thing would happen. It would be even more terrifying than Lin Wani's. Lin Wani's identity was that of a normal commoner. He didn't have any status, nor did he have any backing. He was able to grow to the point where even the top sects and the older generation, who had lived for hundreds of years, couldn't compete with him. Thus, to them, how Lin Wani became strong was a mystery. Evil spirit old ancestor felt that he was the one who understood Lin Fan's strength the most. Other people didn't understand him, so he felt a little less pressure. He wanted to spread this news back. Even if the battle between Evil Alliance and Celestial Alliance was so intense, they couldn't ignore Lin Fan's existence. In the void in the distance, Lin Fan was really cunning and sneakily followed behind. He didn't get too close, as with evil spirit old ancestor's strength, he wouldn't be able to sense whether or not there was someone behind him. That little old man really ran away. He thought that the old man would think of a way to turn around and kill him. Who knew that he didn't have any guts at all and just ran? How embarrassing. But thinking about it, it was understandable. People from the demon path would definitely run if they said they would. How could they turn around and ask for trouble? Lin Fan followed evil spirit old ancestor to see whether or not he could do anything. But looking at the situation, he was going to be disappointed. He had a use for keeping evil spirit old ancestor alive. Apart from providing rage points, he could also use evil spirit old ancestor to promote himself. He needed enemies now, and if he killed evil spirit old ancestor, he would be able to head to those top sects and shout for them to do what he did. Thinking about it, he felt that it was a little silly and pointless. He was at the border between the Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance. Battles between Tao Realm experts happened frequently, but it was difficult for more people to die in battles between Tao Realm experts. Usually, those who died were those below the domain realm. Lin Fan didn't think so much and continued to head into the distance. He wanted to understand the exact situation and see what the relationship between the four alliances was like. Celestial Alliance, Guisian Island. Since Su Yuanming went to White Lotus St. Purity Mountain to talk to Guyuan, he had been thinking about what to do. He was taking a risk and asking a tiger for its skin. How could he trust the alliance? But after thinking about it, he realized that there was no other way. He could only protect himself. There was no need to think too much about other things. So, during the Celestial Alliance meeting, Su Yuanming remained silent. Occasionally, he would say something to show that he still existed. They could discuss strategies and he would just watch. Sect leader, Evil Alliance's attacks are a little intense. Are we really not going to attack? Guisian Island elder asked. He could faintly feel that the sect master was different from before after his return. In the past, the sect master was the one who attacked. Now that he was so calm, it made him feel a little uncomfortable. Su Yuanming said, "There is no rush. Let's wait. The situation is really complicated. Let's just wait and see." The elder thought about it. Sect leader, did something happen? No, don't think too much. This is a crucial moment and one move will affect everything. Guisian Island not only has to face Evil Alliance but also Monster Alliance. We can't be careless. Su Yuanming didn't want to tell others about this. Moreover, he wasn't sure what problems it would bring if he told others. The elders of Guixian Island were more inflexible. If they knew that he and Gu Yuan were working with the alliance and conned the four alliances, they wouldn't be able to take it. They might even leak it out. When that happened, the situation would be really bad. The elder looked at Su Yuanming as though he had discovered something. Sect Master, we are all elders of the sect. No matter what, we are all thinking for the sect. If Sect Master has something on his mind, there's no harm in telling us. Su Yuanming smiled, it is okay. To be able to become an elder, which one of them wasn't smart? Their hearts were like a mirror and they could see further than anyone else. Naturally, he could see that the sect leader's attitude had changed. Something must have happened, otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Did sect leader head over to Buddha Alliance and something happened? The elder thought about it and felt that it was possible. Maybe he would be able to find out from White Lotus St. Purity Mountain's attitude. Imperial Dynasty. Your Majesty, recently there have been many cases of people disappearing from the palace. I think that we should strengthen the defenses in case they harm Your Majesty. Zhu Xiang said. Recently, the Imperial Dynasty had lost people. They sent people to search but it was as if they had disappeared from the world. There were no clues at all. King Wudong was calm, let's do as you think. He obtained the ability to strengthen himself from evil god. He needed to forcefully obtain strength from others. In the Imperial Dynasty, the best way was to attack the people around him. During this period of time, he had already swallowed close to 20 Imperial Dynasty guards. But this was far from enough. Unfortunately, there were too many of them and they would eventually attract attention. Zhu Xiang, you are the most trustworthy person by my side. It has been tough on you during this period of time. King Wudong said. He could see that Zhu Xiang was ambitious but he was still loyal to him. Now that he was in need of manpower, he wanted to develop him. It is my honor to serve Your Majesty. Zhu Xiang knelt down. King Wudong said, now that the alliance is suppressing us, the Imperial Dynasty needs talents. Go and recruit experts. No matter what conditions they raise, you can agree to them as long as they are really skilled. To him, this was probably the best method. Although people would occasionally be lost, it was much better than being outside. Yes, I will follow your orders. Zhu Xiang replied. He knew how much pressure His Majesty was under. The alliance had placed their ambition on the table to tell the Imperial Dynasty that their target was the sects and in the end, the Imperial Dynasty. No one would be able to escape. Very quickly. Zhu Xiang left the hall. King Wudong's face turned dark and cold. He raised his hand and his fingers turned into many tentacles. This was the source of him becoming stronger. When he got this ability from the evil gods, he couldn't accept it at the start. But now, he felt that it was a great ability. Alliance, sects, all of you wait. One day, all of you will pay a heavy price. He hated the alliance and also hated the sections. This was why his only goal of becoming stronger was to take revenge and return the Imperial Dynasty to its former glory. He wanted to leave his nephew an Imperial Dynasty like before, even one that was even stronger than before. This was his dream and goal. Outside the Imperial Dynasty, Zhu Xiang returned to the general manor. He climbed to the peak of power in a short period of time and his speed was really quick. One could say that one's tongue was tied in disbelief. Normally, this wouldn't have happened. But now that they were in a chaotic world, everything was possible. General, what do you think happened in the Imperial Dynasty? The Deputy General asked curiously. Zhu Xiang said calmly, don't think about things you can't understand. It won't be good for you if you know. Yes, I understand. The Deputy General replied. Although Zhu Xiang wasn't strong, he was smart and had a plan. He was able to complete everything with minimal losses, which was why many soldiers supported him. Zhu Xiang looked towards the direction of the imperial dynasty and had a thought. He didn't know what the exact reason was, but it definitely had something to do with His Majesty. When he told His Majesty about this matter, he realized that His Majesty was really calm, like he didn't care much about it. And because of this, he suspected His Majesty. But all of that wasn't important. His Majesty's matters were their matters. No matter what His Majesty did, they just had to follow. A few days later, Lin Fan had been at the battlefield between the two alliances for a period of time. He hadn't seen many intense battles and was a little disappointed. Apart from coming out to scout the market, he wanted to earn a wave of rage points. But with the current situation, did he have to head to their sects and provoke them right in front of their faces? If that was the case, then it would make him feel helpless. He thought about it. Damn, since that is the case, then I will take the initiative. Days without rage points aren't happy at all. He was prepared to walk on the edge of death. He had no choice. He couldn't meet anyone, so he had to find one himself. A few days later. Evil Alliance territory. After Lin Fan left the border, he appeared in Evil Alliance territory. He had offended some sects over at Celestial Alliance. As for Evil Alliance, he didn't offend many. The only one he had an impression of was Xiedao sect. Night fell. Lin Fan stayed in the forest and was a little hungry. The bug-controlling technique special Dao essence spread out and attracted a wild boar over. A wild boar buffed by Dao essence was indeed a little overbearing. Its face was vicious and its two fangs were really terrifying. But he didn't fear anything. He just ate whatever he wanted as it was the same anyway. ZZ. He barbecued the wild boar on the fire and the fragrance slowly spread out. When one was outside, if one didn't make some good food, one wouldn't be able to face one's stomach. Just like that, a wild boar that was as good as new was reduced to a skeleton under Lin Fan's huge appetite. Suddenly, Lin Fan turned his head and looked into the distance. A sound spread out from there. Someone was coming over. Chapter 466. Now that he was in Evil Alliance's territory, the people that appeared weren't good people. Very quickly, a bunch of people appeared in the distance. They are quite strong. Lin Fan looked on. An extremely luxurious carriage headed over and there was a three-headed eagle-like beast pulling it. He had never seen a beast before and the only one he had seen was Nine Demon. To others, it was just a bug. In the distance. Young master, there is someone in front. A bunch of people followed the carriage and one of them said softly to the carriage. It is okay. The person in the carriage didn't show his face. His voice was that of a man, lazy but majestic. Very quickly, Lin Fan raised his head and muttered to himself. This person really knew how to enjoy life. Look at his carriage and then look at his situation. Why was the gap so huge? The carriage stopped around Lin Fan. Let's rest here. A voice spread out from within. The servants beside him got busy and didn't care about Lin Fan at all. Everyone split up and in just a short while everything was prepared. A servant laid on the carriage. Shortly after, an arm stretched out from within. It opened the curtains and walked out. It stepped on the person's back and got off the carriage. Lin Fan took a look and was stunned. Was the person who came out a guy or a girl? Wait, from the way he spoke, it should be a guy. That was right. Damn, why did a guy look like that? The young master stepped on the carpet and said softly, the air here is too turbid. The dirty floor will only stain my feet. Don't worry, young master, we have cleaned this place. The servant said hurriedly. He knew that young master was a pretty boy who loved cleanliness and was the top handsome man in Evil Alliance. No. He was the most beautiful person in the 4 alliances. Any guy who saw young master's face would feel ashamed. One could sense the gap between them, and that was something that couldn't be crossed. The servants around looked at Lin Fan and realized that he was stunned. They were delighted. Another pitiful person was subdued by their young master's looks. Thinking about the geniuses of Evil Alliance, who knew how many of them wanted to be together with young master, but young master thought that they were tacky and rejected them. Even if there were girls who knelt outside and begged, just to meet him and speak to him, young master ignored them and didn't care about them at all. Right now, they knew that the reason why the young master didn't chase them away was because the young master's bad taste had come out. He probably wanted to let these ordinary men know the difference between them. Lin Fan remembered this person in his heart. The way they made their entrance was rather unique, and the formation they carried was also extraordinary. Clearly, they were from a top sect. Right now, his goal was to provoke the top sections. Now that someone had come knocking on his door, he would not be doing himself justice if he did not cherish this opportunity. But now, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move either. It's best to first figure out the enemy's background. At this moment, young master sat there and looked at Lin Fan. To be able to meet me in the wilderness is a huge blessing for you. In the future, when you go out and tell others about this, it will become a topic of conversation for you. A little arrogant. Although Lin Fan didn't act cool, he was indeed arrogant. He didn't expect that he would actually meet such an opponent. He just met him in the wilderness and he actually said that it was a huge blessing for him. That was a little arrogant. Is that so? Are you so amazing? Lin Fan smiled and asked. Preposterous, how can you speak to my young master like that? Do you know who my young master is? Have you heard of heaven-covering demon sect? The servant standing beside the young master scolded him for being preposterous. When normal people met their young master, which one of them wouldn't lower their heads and worship him? But this kid actually dared to question him. He probably didn't even know who he was talking to. The young master didn't stop them. Instead, he calmly smiled. He liked to casually let the servants beside him introduce themselves. Then, he would see the calm expressions on their faces gradually turn into panic. That feeling, to him, was simply too satisfying. But the scenes in front of him, it disappointed the young master a little. He was thinking about it. When the servant mentioned heaven-covering demon sect, Lin Fan's expression should have been the same as what he expected. But why didn't the situation change at all? The young master squinted and waved his hands to tell the servant not to say anything more. You don't know about heaven-covering demon sect? The young master asked. He wanted to ask whether or not Lin Fan knew about heaven-covering demon sect. Logically speaking, everyone should have known about it. After all, it was a top sect in Evil Alliance. But looking at his expression, it was like he didn't know about it. As for not holding heaven-covering demon sect in any regard, that was impossible. Lin Fan smiled. In his heart, it was really simple. What did he know? Heaven-covering demon sect. In the entire Evil Alliance, he only knew about Xiedao sect. When the young master saw that Lin Fan only smiled and didn't say anything, he was really unhappy. He felt like this person totally disregarded his charm and that made him really unhappy. But he really didn't believe that Lin Fan wasn't convinced by his charm. Next. The young master naturally needed to eat and the food he prepared was really rich. Even if Lin Fan didn't know what the food was, just from the looks of it, he knew that it wasn't normal. Lin Fan had eaten an entire wild boar before, but when he smelled the fragrance, he felt hungry once more. Chapter 467. Damn. The young master really wanted to smash the heads of these slaves. They actually couldn't be persuaded. Damn, why didn't they seem so cowardly usually? Now that he was facing a young man, all of them did such a thing. Good, very good. Wait and see, once this matter is over, I will teach all of you a lesson. You bunch of dogs. Lin Fan said, don't think about relying on them. You are like fish on the chopping board. No matter what you do, the outcome will be the same. Do you understand? Young master's expression became really ugly. He was the young master of heaven-covering demon sect and had a high status. Many people flattered him and sucked up to him. But now, a kid of unknown origin had jumped on his head. How could he tolerate that? To young master, this was a huge insult. Do you know what you are doing? Young master acted like he was calm and his expression was really dark and sunken. He hoped that Lin Fan could understand the huge gap between their identities. But if he attacked him, he would face terrifying revenge. Lin Fan raised his hand to cover his mouth and said, Sue. Don't speak. I understand what you want to say. Threats are useless. If they were, do you think you would still be like this? At that moment, a voice spread out from behind. The old man climbed up from the ground and wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Lin Fan in shock. He didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying young man. Old Tong, take him down. I am going to teach him a lesson. Young master raged. Old Tong looked at Lin Fan warily and reminded, young master, don't anger him. He was able to see much further than the young master. He could tell with a single glance how strong the other party was. Even he might not be a match for him. Young master had such a comfortable life and it was obvious that he didn't care about anyone else. But this kid was so terrifyingly strong. Was young master really blind or was he faking it? As long as one had a brain, they wouldn't offend him at such a time. When young master heard old Tong's words, he felt like he was being insulted. Don't anger him. Didn't that mean that he was someone who could be angered easily and he couldn't fight back? Old Tong, do you know what you are saying? Who am I? You actually told me not to provoke the other party. Are you belittling my identity and status to the point that I'm worthless? The young master roared. Even at such a time, he didn't think that he was at a disadvantage. In simple words, the meaning was obvious. I am the young master of heaven-covering demon sect, so do you dare to hit me? Pa! As soon as the young lord finished speaking, a crisp voice sounded. Lin Fan couldn't take it anymore and slapped him, stop acting cool. The young master felt pain on his face. Half of his face seemed to have shriveled up from the slap. Then, he fell to the ground with a thud. He seemed to be in a daze. Just as the young master was about to roar in anger, he suddenly felt his face getting wet. He raised his hand and wiped his face. Lowering his head, he saw that his palm was covered in blood. Ah! In an instant, the young master screamed in agony. His screams were heart-wrenching, as if he had suffered a huge blow. Immediately after, the young lord screamed like he was possessed. Save me, I'm bleeding, my flawless face has been ruined. Ah! How am I supposed to face people in the future? The young master touched his face and his eyes were filled with panic. He didn't even care about the pain on his face anymore. Instead, he was worried about how his face would look like. Lin Fan frowned. Was he sick in the head? His face was just slightly damaged, so why was he screaming like that? Not long later, the young master stared at Lin Fan in rage. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? When he said these words, he was about to cry. He had never experienced such a thing before. But it really happened in front of his eyes and his body personally felt the pain. Pa! Lin Fan slapped him once more and warned, be careful of what you say. Don't act cool. This slap stunned the young master once more. His entire person seemed to be lifeless. The young master turned his head and his eyes were filled with confusion like he was thinking about something. He slowly turned his head and stared with bloodshot eyes. "You hit me?" "Pa." Lin Fan felt like this person was sick in the head. He slapped so loudly but he actually asked if he dared to hit him. This was obviously something that was obvious. "Are you sick in the head? Can't you feel whether or not I hit you?" Lin Fan said. "Ah." The young master hugged his head and screamed in terror like he didn't expect this to happen. His screams were as tragic as they could be. The servants who were suppressed by Lin Fan looked on in fear. They didn't expect that this person would actually dare to attack the young master. Moreover, the young master was beaten up so badly that his face was unrecognizable. Compared to his looks from before, the difference was just too huge. They knew that something huge was about to happen. "Stop." The old man's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He was the one who protected the young master when he went out, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. The old man didn't hesitate and his aura exploded. With a loud explosion, the ground shook and he charged towards Lin Fan. Now that something happened to the young master, he was the one who didn't protect him well. Naturally, he would be punished when he returned. Maybe only by taking him down could he make up for his mistakes and avoid physical pain. "I am talking about life with your young master, so why are you butting in?" "Scram to the side." Lin Fan took a single glance and kicked out with his leg. The might of this kick was extraordinary and terrifying to the extreme, causing the entire space to contort. The old man was shocked. There was a loud explosion. "Poochie." The old man felt that his stomach was badly injured. The blood in his body boiled and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How is that possible? The moment he said this, he flew backward and smashed into the trees. The giant trees were smashed one after another. In the end, his body fell to the ground and formed a deep moat. "Who are you?" The old man was shocked. His eyes opened wide like he had seen a ghost. He was so strong at such a young age and he couldn't fight back at all. Suddenly, it was like he thought about someone. You are." Before he finished, he felt like his body was about to explode and he fainted. When the servants around saw this, they were all so frightened that they were about to cry. They had never experienced such a thing before. Even the top expert by the young master's side was suppressed so easily. They wanted to ask, who else could be his opponent? Huh? At that moment, Lin Fan looked at the people around. To him, these people were really weak. At most, they were just rage points. As for the rest, they were useless and had no use at all. To them, his gaze was simply terrifying to the extreme. It was as if their hearts were being gripped tightly by someone. With just a little strength, they would be instantly crushed. Now, they were unable to guess what his gaze meant. But they felt like it wasn't anything good. Suddenly, one of them seemed to understand something. He raised his hand and struck the back of his ear. "Ah! I fainted." He laid on the ground and didn't move at all. "Ah!" When Lin Fan saw this, he nodded his head in satisfaction. He didn't expect people to be so smart. He didn't say anything and they knew what to do. It was indeed not bad. Those servants who didn't faint looked on with their mouths agape. They didn't expect that there would be such a smart person in their group. Oh my God! Why didn't they think of such a good idea from the start? But even now, it wasn't too late. Very quickly, some of them learned from that person, knocking themselves out. They cried out and all of them fainted. Even if some of them didn't do it well and didn't knock themselves out, that wasn't a problem. If they didn't really faint, how could they not act? Such a simple thing. There was no need to think so much. Very quickly, the bunch of servants all fainted. They laid on the ground and didn't dare to move at all. The young master looked on in disbelief. He felt that the servants who could protect him in the past were all wiped out. They even gave up on fighting back. Damn it! Damn it! All of you jerks, once I go back I will kill all of you, roared the young lord. The servants who had pretended to be unconscious, upon hearing the young lord's furious words, began to tremble with fear. Some of them even began to think about how to escape this calamity, and how to do so. Even at a time like this, you're still putting on an act. Look at you, your daddy here can't stand it. Lin Fan raised his fist and punched the young master's face. The young master cried out. He wanted to protect his face but he could still feel the pain and the feeling of blood spurting out. Stop, stop. Why do you have to hit my face? Do you have a problem with my face? The young master hugged his head and shouted in rage. Lin Fan didn't say anything and continued to punch the young master's face. He didn't know why he had to stare at his face and punch it. Maybe it was because his face was really beautiful and he didn't like beautiful people. The servants, who had pretended to faint, were shivering. They could hear the sound of fists hitting flesh. They could also hear the young master cry out in pain. It was too tragic. Young master was just too tragic. After a long while, the young master's voice became weaker and weaker. Stop hitting me, big brother, please don't hit my face. What do you want? Just tell me. But unfortunately, Lin Fan still didn't bother about him. Chapter 468. Who knew how long he had been hitting for? The ground where young master was lying had formed a deep hole and the surrounding ground had cracked. These signs were enough to show how tragic the events that had just transpired were. Stop hitting me, young master's voice was really weak and he couldn't even lift a finger. But his strong desire to live made him raise his hand with much difficulty to tell Lin Fan to stop. He had really seen a ghost. He felt that he was really unlucky to actually meet such a lunatic who didn't care that he was the young master of heaven-covering demon sect. He gritted his teeth and swore that as long as he lived, he would make him pay a heavy price. How do you feel? Lin Fan retracted his hand and smiled. His tone was like he was hoping to give him a good review. Fuck your mother. Young master hollered in his heart. He lowered his head and his face was really vicious. But when he raised his head, that expression disappeared and what replaced it was a begging expression. What else could he do apart from begging for mercy? He knew that no matter what he said, it was useless. Lin Fan wouldn't give him any face at all. So what if he was from heaven-covering demon sect? Didn't he see that when he said his background, Lin Fan hit him even more fiercely than before? Lin Fan accepted all the rage points and was in a good mood. Glancing at the young lord, he bent down and grabbed the young lord's ankles, slowly walking towards the darkness in the distance. Save me, young master's face was filled with despair. He grabbed the ground and his fingers were covered in dirt. Unfortunately, it was useless. His fingers left deep claw marks on the ground and slowly, they disappeared. A long while later, there was movement. Those servants who were pretending to be unconscious carefully observed the situation around and only dared to get up after ensuring that it was safe. But at that moment, some servants were worried. What should we do? Young master is being dragged away and we don't know if he is dead or alive. We didn't protect him well and if we return to heaven-covering demon sect, we will definitely die. Everyone kept silent. They all knew what the outcome would be. Everyone looked at one another and someone suggested boldly, why don't we just run? The world is huge and apart from the evil alliance, it isn't like we have nowhere to go. Don't you think so? That makes sense. I think the same way too. If we go back, we will die, so why not go all out? Maybe we will have a chance of living. How about Eldering, who is by young lord's side. The old ing that they were talking about was the old man who had been suppressed by Lin Fan. At this moment, he had already fainted. It was still a question of when he would wake up. When everyone turned to look at Elder Ing, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly changed. It seemed like he wanted to do something daring. Lin Fan said helplessly, "You are a man, so why are you always crying? Why is your face so important? Are you relying on your face to earn a living?" The young master was speechless. The other party was right. His position in heaven-covering demons sect was a little high, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that he really relied on his face to earn a living. Countless geniuses had taken a liking to his looks. Relying on this face to communicate with others was always successful. If his face was really destroyed, he would be completely done for. This was why when he heard Lin Fan say that he wanted to leave a scar on his face, he was really frightened to death. Seeing that the young master didn't say anything, Lin Fan reached out and picked him up like a chicken. "Let's go to your sect and be happy." During this period of time, the young master didn't understand why Lin Fan brought him along. Now that he heard that Lin Fan wanted to head to heaven-covering demon sect, he was stunned and then delighted. He didn't expect that Lin Fan actually wanted to bring him back to the sect. No, he had to calm down. No matter what, he had to calm down and he couldn't act too happy. Otherwise, if Lin Fan saw through it and suddenly didn't want to go, he would really spit out blood. So, he had to calm down. He had to calm down. "Big brother, there's no need to go to my sect. Just let me go. I swear to the heavens that I won't tell anyone about this. After all, I'm a person of status. It's shameful for me to suffer outside. Why don't you just let me go?" The young master persuaded like he was really thinking about Lin Fan's well-being. Actually, he didn't want to be too direct. He wanted Lin Fan to think that going to heaven-covering demons sect was what he wanted. Lin Fan smiled, "That won't do. I have already beaten you up so badly, so how can I not give you a chance to take revenge? Head to your heaven-covering demons sect and let you complain. Someone will help you and that will fulfill your wish, right?" The young master was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan. He didn't expect such a situation to occur. He really wanted to ask Lin Fan what he was thinking. Did he hear wrongly or did he really become arrogant? He actually dared to head to heaven-covering demons sect alone. Was he so arrogant? Okay, let's go. Imperial Dynasty. King Wudong recruited many experts, but with the current strength of the Imperial Dynasty, it was tough for them to recruit experts above Dao Realm. After all, Dao Realm experts had high standards. In the top sects, they were all elders. But to King Wudong, even if they weren't Dao Realm experts, it was enough. His cultivation wasn't high and he just needed to slowly raise it. That night, the Imperial Dynasty was really quiet and the maids didn't dare to come out. Recently, the Imperial Dynasty was really weird and the night sent chills down one's spine. The maids said that they had heard terrifying screams at night. No one knew what was going on. But just like that, it was enough to scare them so much that they didn't dare to move at night. In the stone room. "Evil God, I want to know what the side effects of the ability you gave me are." King Wudong took out the evil god statue and questioned. He felt like he was walking on the edge of danger. The evil god statue was much more spirited than before. The originally empty stone eyes actually shone red. Although it was just a flash, it was enough to show that the evil god statue was slowly changing. Who? So powerful. In such a short period of time, your cultivation has actually reached the void realm. How many innocent people have you devoured? This evil god was right about you. In the depths of your heart, you are more evil than anyone else and you desire power more. I forgot to tell you that power doesn't come out of nowhere. If you gain something, you will have to pay a price. What you need to pay is just a bit of rationality. Rationality is fake and it doesn't exist and it isn't important. Evil God's voice was really dark and sunken, like he was talking about something that didn't matter at all. King Wudong clenched his fists and his expression changed. Why didn't you say so from the start? Evil God said, are you going to blame me for not being clear like before? That is your problem, okay? You didn't ask, so why would I remind you? There's no need to worry about these things. Rationality will only limit you. True experts are all crazy. Look at the strength you have now. How strong is it? How shocking is it? But the insightful emptiness realm is not your end. You will become stronger until you become the strongest existence in the world. That is your end. King Wudong frowned. He could sense how dangerous Evil God was, but he had no way back. The temptation of power was just too huge. He couldn't bear to give it up. Especially now, what he needed the most was power. King Wudong turned around and left. He didn't say a single word and just reminded himself. This king must wipe out everything while I still have my reason. Chapter 469. Big brother, are you really going to step into my sect? Young master was stunned and didn't understand what Lin Fan was thinking. Who was he looking down on? It was okay if he looked down on him. After all, he was weak and he had nothing to say even if he was beaten up. But he really didn't expect that Lin Fan would really come to Heaven Covering Demon Sect. No matter what, Heaven Covering Demon Sect was a top sect in Evil Alliance. Lin Fan said calmly, what do you think? Young master looked at Lin Fan and then forwards. If he wasn't blind and didn't see wrongly, that should be the headquarters of Heaven Covering Demon Sect. Lin Fan really brought him here. But he didn't understand what Lin Fan was thinking. Did he come to Heaven Covering Demon Sect to ask to be beaten up? Are you excited? Are you excited? Seeing that young master didn't say anything, Lin Fan opened his mouth and asked. Logically speaking, how could he not be excited? He had suffered so many merciless beatings along the way and his handsome face was not as good as before. Young master looked at Lin Fan and really wanted to holler. Wasn't that nonsense? How could he not be excited? He was so excited that he was about to ascend to the heavens. As long as he returned to Heaven Covering Demon Sect, he would be totally at ease. If not, he would be so terrified that he would pee his pants. Let's go to your sect. Lin Fan grabbed young master and walked towards Heaven Covering Demon Sect. Heaven Covering Demon Sect was a top sect in Evil Alliance. They had many experts and many Dao Realm experts. Legend had it that the sect leader was a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert. In an era where no one could enter Stage 8 and 9, it seemed like he was half a step into Dao Realm Stage 8. The young master struggled a little and tried to persuade Lin Fan to put him down. If the disciples saw him carrying him like that, he would lose all his face. Lin Fan obviously didn't care about his nonsense. The sect was majestic and gave off a terrifying aura. Just one look and one knew that this Evil Alliance sect was extraordinary. At the entrance, young master was sure that Lin Fan wasn't joking and he was really here. Big brother, we are already here, so can you let go of me? Can you give me some face? To young master, he felt really pitiful and he didn't know what to say. Naturally, he was in a good mood since Lin Fan brought him to his sect. But now, he was not feeling well at all. Perhaps this was the experience of a fucked up life. He felt that he was going to lose a lot of face. Why do you have so many requests? I think this is good enough. Don't think too much, I'll send you in. Lin Fan carried young master with one hand like he was carrying a little chick and walked towards Heaven Covering Demon Sect. The young master's heart was bleeding. He screamed in his heart that no one should see this. But more often than not, what they worried about in their hearts would come true. In the distance, the few heaven-covering demon sect disciples walked over. These disciples were chatting. They were just ordinary disciples in the sect. The things they talked about were simple and ordinary. They talked about some gossip and the current situation. But to them, heaven-covering demon sect was a blessing. Because the sect had a young master, there would often be many cute and beautiful girls coming over. Although it had nothing to do with them, at least they could feast their eyes. Suddenly, they were stunned. His eyeballs looked like they were about to pop out, and he almost cursed. They rubbed their eyes, afraid that they were seeing things. Don't you feel that it's the young master? That does seem a little similar. That shouldn't be possible. How could young master be like that? One couldn't blame them for not believing him. Young master was just too famous and he was a treasure in heaven-covering demon sect. Anyone who dared to offend him would be asking to die. Very quickly, Lin Fan carried the young master and walked past them. He tilted his head and smiled, as if he was greeting them. The few of them couldn't figure out his background and just nodded their heads in a stunned manner. But they just stared at young master. Similar, he really looked similar. But he felt like something wasn't right. Lin Fan was too calm. Even when he stepped into heaven-covering demon sect, he didn't stop them to ask about his identity. Maybe they thought that no one would dare to cause trouble in heaven-covering demon sect. Young master was terrified to death and thought that he was about to be noticed. But shortly after, he realized that the situation was a little different. Those few disciples actually didn't recognize him. Suddenly, other than feeling lucky, he was enraged. Damn it, are you guys blind? I was brought back here in someone's hand. Don't you recognize who I am? You even nodded and greeted him. You were just so dumb. Lin Fan said calmly, I told you that there was no need. Normal people wouldn't be able to recognize you. Young master was speechless. He actually had nothing to say and didn't know what to say. Then, young master said, Big brother, I just want to know why you sent me back to the sect. If you are here to cause trouble, then I advise you not to do that. You can suppress old shadow, which means that you are strong. But if you look down on heaven-covering demon sect just like that, then you are wrong. Lin Fan said, It is okay. I didn't come here for any other reason. I just wanted to quarrel with you. Once I feel better, then I will leave. Young master didn't reply and he just laughed in his heart. Quarrel? Leave after I feel better? Stop fucking dreaming. Just like what he said, if he could leave this place, he would swallow the entire ground. Very quickly. Lin Fan finally stepped onto the foundation of heaven-covering demon sect. He raised his head and looked out. As expected, it was a top sect. Young master, just at that moment, someone finally recognized the young master that Lin Fan was carrying. That person was stunned and his mouth opened wide like he had seen a ghost. He really didn't dare to believe it. Damn. He really saw a ghost. If he wasn't wrong, he was sure that this was young master and not someone else. At that moment, young master really wanted to die. He was recognized, he was really recognized. His voice wasn't soft and attracted the attention of many people around. Who are you? What did you do to our young master? That person looked at Lin Fan and asked angrily. Looking at the current situation, he didn't need to think too much to guess what was going on. Their young master had been kidnapped. Moreover, he was really bold to actually dare to come to heaven-covering demon sect. Did he really think that his sect was easy to bully? Lin Fan didn't bother and just stood there. It was just that he felt a little uncomfortable. These people didn't give much rage points and there were even some who didn't give him any at all. You aren't popular in the sect. Lin Fan said. Young master, who felt like he had lost all his face, was totally stunned by Lin Fan's words. He didn't know what Lin Fan meant by that. Not popular. Nonsense. This young master was the most popular person in the sect. Who didn't follow him around like a follower? He could proudly say that if this young master claimed to be the second most popular person in the sect, no one would dare to claim to be the first. Slowly, more and more disciples surrounded him. But regretfully, no one attacked. Only that person scolded him. But seeing that Lin Fan didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. He just looked at Lin Fan with an unfriendly gaze. Lin Fan was a little impatient. Where are the experts from heaven-covering demon sect? Your young master is in my hands, so why isn't there a single person? Although his voice wasn't loud, it spread far and wide. Everyone in heaven-covering demon sect heard it. We are finished. Young master really wanted to dig a hole to hide in. He really didn't expect Lin Fan to be so direct. Couldn't he not be like that? No matter what, he was the young master and he had to give him some face. At that moment, heaven-covering demon sect exploded. Some disciples in the sect were cultivating, and when Lin Fan's words spread into their ears, all of them opened their eyes in shock like they were filled with disbelief. Young master was captured. Moreover, Lin Fan was so bold to bring people back to heaven-covering demon sect. Even if he was asking to die, he shouldn't have done that, right? Even. To them, there were only two possibilities. One was that Lin Fan had a problem with his head, and the other was that he was confident in his own strength. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to say that. Shortly after, they didn't bother about cultivating and just headed into the distance. They had to personally witness it before they would believe it. When the elders of heaven-covering demon sect heard about it, they were all stunned. It was obvious that they didn't expect it either. But no matter what, this was a huge matter. Hung long. Several auras from heaven-covering demon sect rose into the air and covered the entire sect. They all locked onto Lin Fan. You really are a lunatic. Young master lowered his head and his face felt a burning pain. He felt that he was high above and had never suffered any humiliation. But now, humiliation had arrived. The entire sect knew that he had been beaten up like a pig. Lin Fan smiled, you are wrong. How can I be a lunatic? Heaven-covering demon sect isn't a terrifying place. I just sent you back to take a look. Shortly after, Lin Fan released young master and stood with his arms behind his back. He was really calm and didn't feel nervous about what was about to happen. He was even a little excited. Who knew how many rage points he would get? Truthfully, the fact that he dared to come to heaven-covering demon sect alone stunned the surrounding disciples. They used their brains to think about it. They felt like he was here to die. Suddenly, numerous people appeared in the air. One of them had an eagle-like gaze and hollered, who are you? You actually dare to cause trouble in heaven-covering demon sect and even dare to injure my young master. You are just asking to die. The elders' arrival pushed the atmosphere to its peak. After all, their main pillar was here. They all heaved a sigh of relief. Young master was controlled by Lin Fan. If something unexpected happened, the consequences would be disastrous. That was why no one dared to make a move. It was best to wait for the elders to arrive and let them deal with these matters. You took so long to come out. I thought that all of you were afraid. Lin Fan said leisurely. These words made everyone dumbfounded. Were they sick in the head? Till now, they still didn't know where he was. They saw something that they didn't dare to believe in their entire lives. What? They looked at the scenes in front of them with their mouths agape. The elder who attacked knelt on one knee and used one hand to support himself. The other hand covered his chest and he coughed intensely. Each time he coughed, a large amount of blood would spurt out. All the disciples didn't dare to believe that this would happen. The elder actually lost. In the blink of an eye, he didn't even have the time to blink and he ended up like this. That was just too terrifying. Black Prison's expression changed slightly. He had seen everything that had happened just now. He didn't expect this kid to be even more terrifying than the rumors. Didn't they say that he was only at Tao Realm Stage 2? But looking at the situation, how was he only at Tao Realm Stage 2? One kick after another landed on his junior brother's body. Although it looked like a normal kick, the power contained in it was really terrifying. If it landed on the ground, heaven-covering demon sect would have collapsed. This kick is still okay, right? Lin Fan tapped his pants with his fingers. His expression was really calm, like it was just a simple action. Too much. His casual actions totally infuriated the people from heaven-covering demon sect. Large amounts of rage points surged towards him. To Lin Fan, this feeling was just too great. He knew that coming to a top sect to cause trouble was the best way to do things. He was now at Tao Realm Stage 3 and his Tao patterns reached 90. As long as he continued to work hard and accumulate rage points to raise his Tao patterns, his cultivation would naturally soar. If he reached Tao Realm Stage 4, he would be able to beat them up easily. The elder who was kicked to the ground by Lin Fan raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot and he really wanted to swallow Lin Fan up. The elders at the side couldn't take it. What an arrogant kid. Let me take a look. But this rash elder was stopped by Black Prison. Don't be rash, you aren't his match. Those words were a little insulting. Although you are the senior brother, you can't say that. I am a Tao Realm Stage 5 expert, so how can I not be his match? Junior brother is just half a step into Stage 5 and is still considered Stage 4, so it is understandable that he can't beat him. But I am already so strong, so how can I not be his match? But he had no choice. Black Prison was the senior brother, so he could only retreat in rage. It would be a lie if Black Prison wasn't shocked. If junior brother hadn't attacked and was suppressed in one move, he wouldn't have dared to believe that Lin Fan was actually so terrifyingly strong. As expected from Lin Wani's son. Young Master Lin's cultivation is really shocking. In the past, I was wondering how Lin Wani could improve so quickly. It seems like your Lin family is indeed more talented. Young Master Lin also perfectly inherited this shocking talent. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have come to heaven-covering demon sect to cause trouble and you shouldn't have attacked my young master. Black Prison's voice was really calm and he wasn't as angry as before. He had the same thoughts as the Alliance. This kid definitely couldn't be left alive. If he was left alive, he would be a problem. Lin Fan smiled. The feeling of being praised was pretty good. However, he really wanted to tell the other party that everything he said was wrong. Just thinking about it made him want to laugh. What talent! His cultivation was all obtained by adding points. Since that was what they thought, then he didn't say anything more. He didn't care what they thought and just let them do what they wanted. Lin Fan waved his hand. Okay, let's not talk so much nonsense. If you want to fight, then hurry up. In my opinion, your heaven-covering demon sect is just so-so. You are so cowardly. It has been a while since I came here and I am perfectly fine. I didn't even lose an arm or a leg. Truthfully, it is really disappointing. Damn. The disciples couldn't help but curse. That was just too arrogant. He was just lawless. They couldn't take it anymore. They really couldn't take it anymore. Truthfully, they were proud to be in heaven-covering demon sect and now someone was slapping their faces. Normal people wouldn't be able to take it. That was just too much. They only had one thought in their hearts, which was that they hoped that Black Prison could teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. It was best if he could kill him on the spot and then they could use his head as a ball to kick. Black Prison was expressionless but the wrinkles on his face trembled. It was obvious that Lin Fan's words infuriated him a little. He had seen many arrogant people but he had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Fan. Very good, it is normal for young people to be rash but I want to see how much ability you have. Black Prison said coldly and then made a hand gesture for him to head to another area to fight. After all, their cultivations were really strong. If they really fought, the area affected would be huge. But Lin Fan was stunned by his actions. What did he mean? He didn't care. Maybe he was going to fight. Hung Long. Lin Fan's aura exploded and he didn't hide it. His power spread outwards like waves. Fight! Lin Fan hollered. Elder Black Prison was stunned. Chapter 471. Lin Fan's voice caused Black Prison to be stunned. What were you doing? Young Master Lin, since you came to heaven-covering demon sect to fight, then follow me. Black Prison hollered in rage. If they really fought here, then it would be a huge problem. This was why he wanted to lead Lin Fan to another place. He definitely couldn't fight in the sect's territory. No. Lin Fan replied decisively. He wouldn't agree to Black Prison's request. If they wanted to fight, then they should fight here. If they ran somewhere else, wouldn't that be a huge difference from what he wanted? He didn't care about what happened to heaven-covering demon sect. Anyway, he was here to cause trouble. If he really caused trouble, then that would be what he wanted. Black Prison was furious. It was obvious that he didn't expect that Lin Fan wouldn't go. Did he really want to fight here and cause irreversible damage to heaven-covering demon sect? Just as he was thinking about all of this, he was shocked. He was shocked. Lin Fan let out a furious roar, and the impact of his power turned into wind blades that swept out in all directions. Kid, you are asking to die. Black Prison obviously couldn't do nothing. He pressed down with one palm and formed a domain. The dimension collapsed and cut off the area. There was a loud explosion. There was an intense explosion. The heaven-covering demon sect disciples were stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Fan would actually attack. Those who were closer felt a huge force striking their bodies. There was a kacha. There was also the sound of bones breaking. Then, they spat out blood and it felt like their organs had shifted. Young Master didn't even know who he had offended. As it was too embarrassing, he just laid there. Who knew that he would face danger even after returning to the sect? Bastard! Black Prison raged. Young Master Lin, what is the meaning of this? If you want to fight, then come with me. Do you know how big of an impact it will have if you fight in the sect? His eyes were about to spit fire. He even wanted to swallow Lin Fan up right away. Lin Fan clenched his fists and calmed himself down. You are right, but I like to fight in your territory. It is best if the sky and earth shatters. But what can all of you do? Damn! Black Prison was so furious that he wanted to curse. He didn't expect that he would face such a kid. Heaven-covering demon sect didn't defend him but he kidnapped young master and started a war. The reason was so random. It was as if he was looking for trouble. All disciples, evacuate the scene. Elder Black Prison instructed. The difference in strength between these disciples and the other party was simply too great. Staying here would just be sending them to their deaths. When the disciples heard this, they didn't dare to stay any longer. They broke into a run. The difference in strength was too big. They weren't blind, so how could they not see it? Not to mention attacking, just the shockwaves alone could kill them all. The young master, who had already lost all his face, just wanted to quietly be a coward and muddle through this matter. But how could they survive the current situation? Motherfucker. Where did this monster come from? He's way too daring. The young master ran. As he ran, he turned around and stared at Lin Fan's face. It was obvious that he wanted to remember this face forever. He was an arrogant man with status. However, the most shameful thing was that the other party was the one who had caused it. He would always remember the other party in his heart. Maybe one day. No, there was definitely no such day. He was going to die here today. To be able to bully this young master before your death is enough for you to brag about for the rest of your life. The atmosphere in heaven-covering demon sect was a little suppressed. Junior brothers attacked together to kill this kid. Elder Black Prison's expression was cold and it was obvious that he wanted to kill him. If Lin Fan wanted to attack in heaven-covering demon sect's territory, then he could only kill him quickly in case there were any problems. Shwa. Shwa. Several elders blocked Lin Fan's path and each of them stared at him in rage. The space around them shook and they gave off a terrifying aura and shocking killing intent. Kid, you won't be able to escape today. You dare to cause trouble in heaven-covering demon sect. Today, you shall die here. They were infuriated by this brat. At the same time, they set up an isolation barrier. Otherwise, with their strength, if they attacked together, the aftermath would be terrifying to a certain extent. When Dao Realm experts attacked, they could cause the entire area to shake. To experts, it might not have been much, but the sect disciples were too weak, so how could they handle such power? Ha ha ha. Lin Fan smiled calmly, ganging up on them is the wisest choice. Naturally, I don't care about the juniors of your sect. As for the weak, I am too lazy to kill them. As for whether or not they will die, that will depend on their luck. Okay, there is no point in talking anymore. Let's attack. Lin Fan clenched his fingers and with a crack, the space collapsed. Many cracks appeared and the dimensions slowly opened up. This was the explosion of pure strength. It was extremely shocking and one could say that it was extremely terrifying. Each elder wanted to kill Lin Fan but they were all really wary of Lin Fan's strength. What shocking strength! This was a huge enemy and senior brother told them to attack together. It was obvious that they didn't dare to be careless in case there were any problems. At that moment, Lin Fan clenched his fingers into a fist and he hammered towards the space. The space was like a mirror that shattered. Shortly after, a sky-ripping power swept the area like a tsunami. Elder Black Prison and the other junior brothers looked at one another and nodded their heads. They attacked together. 1 Dao Realm Stage 6, 3 Dao Realm Stage 5, and 2 Dao Realm Stage 4. This was already really terrifying strength and one could say that it was shocking. Even the Alliance didn't dare to be careless. Now that Lin Fan was fighting 6 of them alone, one could only say that he was really strong. The only one who could fight Lin Fan was Elder Black Prison. As for the others, they were just distractions. But the gap between realms could be huge or small, but one had to pay attention to the special characteristics of Dao Realm. Instantly, bright light shone and shone on the world. The light was so eye-piercing that one couldn't open their eyes. The ripples of power continued to spread. Even if many Dao Realm experts laid down a barrier, it was hard to stop the ripples from spreading. The surrounding buildings collapsed and the ground cracked. One could even see magma boiling underground. This is quite problematic. Lin Fan was calm but deep down, he was a little shocked. When these people worked together, the power they formed was quite terrifying. Attack! Elder Black Prison hollered in rage and opened his palms. Black flames jumped in the air and swept forwards. The black flames weren't hot and were even really cold. Everywhere it passed, even the dimension couldn't block it and it froze right away. The other elders all used their own techniques. Maybe they really wanted to kill Lin Fan, so they didn't hold back at all. This was the first time Lin Fan saw something that they had never used in battle before. A series of weapons that emanated the might of the heaven and earth stood vertically in the sky, emanating a supreme might as they slashed out at Lin Fan. These were all Dao artifacts, top weapons that only Dao realm experts could control. Moreover, they were all really rare and normal Dao realm experts couldn't have them. But heaven-covering demons sect didn't lack them. Since you are all serious, then I won't hold back. Lin Fan activated the chief god domain and then opened his palm. The dimension ripped open and he grabbed with his fingers. Numerous bugs swept out from the dimension. Insect Valley, Elder Black Prison was shocked. He didn't expect that Lin Fan would actually use Insect Valley's technique. But he didn't have the time to think so much. He had to kill those who had to be killed. Hung Long. Lin Fan clashed with the many elders. Several powers clashed with one another and a terrifying shockwave exploded. Quang Dang. Lin Fan's fist landed on a token. Suddenly, several circular ripples appeared on the token. It took Lin Fan's punch head-on without being damaged. At the same time, in the blink of an eye, several Dao patterns shot out from the token, turning into whips that lashed at Lin Fan's body. But this bit of strength wasn't enough. Pailai Pala. There was a loud clang. It was like he was whipping a piece of metal. The elders were shocked, but this wasn't the time to be shocked. Their only thought was to end the battle quickly, otherwise, if this dragged on, heaven-covering demons sect would suffer even more losses. Elder Black Prison was shocked. Dual Cultivator Dao Realm Stage 3. How was that possible? He had never met anyone who could cultivate both internal and external energy to such a level. It was simply impossible. Be it time or energy, it wasn't enough. But he didn't have the time to think so much. He didn't care so much. He just had to kill Lin Fan. As time flowed, not only did the battle not end, but it became more and more intense. Pang! 2 Dao Realm Stage 4 elders were badly injured and their bodies smashed into the ground. They had lost and their Dao artifacts were shattered into pieces. If one hadn't personally experienced it, no one would have been able to imagine how terrifying the two of them had suffered. If it wasn't for the Dao artifact and Black Prison and the others who shared the burden for them, these 2 dregs would have been smashed to pieces. As for now, it wasn't too late. Those who had to lie down still had to lie down. You are a little problematic. A wound appeared on Lin Fan's shoulder. It was a little deep and fresh blood flowed. He wasn't paying attention and was injured by Black Prison. It was just a small injury and he didn't fear anything. He didn't use the blood demon reversal technique to recover his body. No matter what, he had to give them some hope. Black Prison's expression was solemn. Black flames surged around his body as he looked at heaven-covering demon sect's situation. He gritted his teeth. Look at what you have done. Lin Fan took a look. There wasn't much to worry about. There was an area below that was in ruins and it was even worse than the ruins. The ripples from both sides were too strong and the barrier couldn't block it at all. It was normal for some buildings to be damaged. Don't be too emotional. Battles are like that. You can't expect everything to be perfectly fine. Moreover, to be honest, I don't have a good impression of your sex at all. But don't worry, I won't kill all of you. I am just playing with all of you. Lin Fan said calmly. He felt that some top sects were still useful. At least they could restrict the alliance. If not, the alliance wouldn't just occupy such a small area. Suddenly, a sense of danger spread into his mind. Someone sneak attacked. Moreover, the person who came was really strong. He probably hid for a long time just for this chance. Chapter 472. Lin Fan's sense of danger was really strong. But Lin Fan's strength wasn't normal. If he was a normal expert, he would have reacted long ago. When he turned around and was prepared to block, a cold light struck towards his chest. It was just too quick. Lin Fan crossed his fingers in front of his body. With a clang, the cold light hit his palm and he was unable to advance any further. If his cultivation wasn't strong enough, he would have been pierced through. Lin Fan focused. The person who sneak attacked wore a black robe with golden edges and held a spear that was surging with demonic energy. At that moment, the spear continued to give off terrifying power. Lin Fan frowned and didn't dare to be careless. At the same time, the spear's strength didn't stop and it continued to explode. Dang dang. Lin Fan retreated and with one foot, the space around him collapsed. He cursed in rage. How despicable, you actually sneak attacked. When Black Prison saw who it was, he was delighted. Since the sect leader was here, then things would be easy. With so many of them attacking, it would be easy to kill this kid. How dare you behave so arrogantly in heaven-covering demon sect? How can I let you live? Sect leader's eyes shone brightly. He shook his wrist and the spear started to spin, forming a terrifying energy whirlpool. It looked like a simple move, but to Lin Fan, the situation wasn't good. Dang dang. Lin Fan retreated step by step. At the same time, a shocking power spread from his legs. His hands that blocked the spear trembled and blood seeped out. Sect leader frowned like he didn't expect Lin Fan to last until now. But all of that wasn't important. Sect leader's lips moved. Celestial slaying. At that moment, the spear in sect leader's hand changed. Thick demonic energy surged and the sky shook. Black clouds rumbled and one could see a red light shining in the sky. Hung long. The light from the black clouds shrouded Lin Fan. Scoff, you overestimate yourself. Sect leader waved his arm and a few spear sparks appeared. He placed the spear on his back and looked at everything calmly. Elder Black Prison stepped forward and said with his head lowered, Sect leader, I am useless. I didn't suppress this kid immediately and brought losses to the sect. I don't blame you. This kid's cultivation is really shocking. As expected, Lin Wani's son is extraordinary. However, there is something wrong with his brain. Even if he has grown up, he should know his place. The sect leader said. To the sect leader, Lin Wani's son's cultivation wasn't weak but compared to his father's brain, the difference was too big. Elder Black Prison said, Sect leader, I wonder if that kid is dead. Dead. No one can survive the immortal murdering spear. The Grand Master said confidently. That strike just now was filled with an intense killing intent. This lad should have turned into an incomplete corpse by now. That's true. Black Prison nodded his head. Sect leader was right. This was a top Dao artifact and along with sect leader's Dao realm stage 7 cultivation, how could he not kill this kid? Even if he faced Lin Wani, he would still be able to put up a fight. Sect leader, actually it would be a waste to kill him. If we captured him alive, his research value would be much higher. Black Prison said regretfully. If it was possible, he wanted to spend some effort on Lin Fan to study how this kid became so strong. Scoff. The sect leader scoffed coldly. When he attacked young master, his outcome was already decided. Black Prison instantly reacted. Right, Lin Fan attacked young master. With how protective the sect leader was, how could he let him live? Naturally, he would kill him. He was thinking too much. Suddenly, a voice spread out from below. Oi, I say, you guys are way too arrogant, aren't you? Your young master is truly fine. Lin Fan patted his body and stood there without any injuries at all. You spear-wielding old fellow, despicable, cunning, don't be too confident. Truthfully, it was just too terrifying. Lin Fan knew that this person was definitely at Dao Realm Stage 7. That move was just too strong. If not for the recovery ability of the Blood Demon Reversal technique, he would have knelt there. Of course, even without the Blood Demon Reversal technique, he wouldn't have died, but he would have been badly injured. Dual Cultivator Dao Realm Stage 3, facing a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert, there was a huge gap. Leave. Anyway, he had absorbed a lot of rage points, so it was okay for him to stay. Getting beaten up was not his style. Naturally, he would leave if he could. How is that possible? Black Prison was shocked. He didn't expect that the kid didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he was perfectly fine. From head to toe, he didn't even lose a single strand of hair. Damn. This was something that he didn't dare to believe. Not to mention that he was already stunned. Even the sect leader was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. How was he fine? Even if he didn't die after being hit by the celestial slaying spear, he definitely wouldn't have ended up like this. Goodbye. Lin Fan waved his hands. Heaven-covering demon sect's trip had ended and it was best if they returned to their own homes. He had already obtained what he wanted. At the same time, he personally sensed the heaven-covering demon sect leader's strength. It was really terrifying. Dao Realm Stage 7 should have been the peak realm that experts could reach. As for Stage 8 and 9, no one had reached it. Lin Fan even thought about a possibility, which was that there were many hidden experts who chose to go into secluded meditation to break through to a higher realm. There was a path ahead, but they didn't know how to take it. Naturally, they would go into secluded meditation to find a path that others didn't know how to take. Kid, where are you going? The reason why he could not wait to find Lin Fan and kill him right now was because he had seen the potential of the other party. He was really terrifying. He was 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than Lin Wani. He thought about how Lin Fan was able to escape today. What would happen after a period of time? No one would be able to stop him and the entire sect would be wiped out in an instant. A few days later. What happened to heaven-covering demon sect spread throughout Evil Alliance. Not only Evil Alliance, but the other 3 alliances and even the Alliance all found out about it. After all, the shockwaves above heaven-covering demon sect wouldn't lie. Looking at the tragic state of heaven-covering demon sect, it was just so terrifying. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Who would dare to imagine that? Under the investigation of some people, they found out that the person who caused trouble at heaven-covering demon sect was actually the wanted Lin Fan. All of them were shocked. They were filled with disbelief. He caused trouble in heaven-covering demon sect and even the sect leader personally attacked. To be able to let Lin Fan escape, how strong was he? That wasn't something that normal people could imagine. Especially when Evil Spirit Old Ancestor from 9 Evil Spirit Hall found out about it, who knew if he was gloating or if he was worried about it. His blood lotus was taken by Lin Fan and he was greatly affected. From then on, he hated Lin Fan. He wanted to drink his blood and eat his flesh. But Lin Fan's strength was just too unreasonable and he was helpless. He could only swear that one day he would make Lin Fan pay the price. But now that heaven-covering demon sect was in trouble, his mood became slightly better. After all, he wasn't the only one who was unlucky and there was someone to accompany him. Haze, but when he thought about his own situation, he sighed. What a waste. Sometimes, he wanted to smack his stupid head. Why did he have to act cool and take out the blood lotus to show off? He underestimated Lin Fan and ended up taking a huge loss. If the heavens gave him another chance, he swore to the heavens. If he acted cool, he would be a dog. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.